Hello. We are doing the thing again, as I do sometimes. Let me tag the people who asked me to give them that role in reswitched. Yeah, and Pluto just told me to call him on Discord, so I'll do that. Hey, John Jaded. Let me get this set up with Pluto. Hey, Stack Pixel. You turn on desktop audio too, so that works. Hey,
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Cool. You're theoretically audible. I'm streaming right now.
Oh,
So great. I won't ask if people can hear you. Can you guys hear Pluto? Also, thanks a ton for talking.
yeah. I mean, I think this would be just great fun. Uh,
Yeah, I
I
hope
mean,
so.
I have no plans for anything, so
Good news. I also have only very vague plans, which is to say, work on kernel stuff and talk to you about the kernel.
okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so I reversed the kernel like version 1.0
Yeah.
way back,
Yes.
and it's changed. It's changed so much since then.
Yeah. No, I'm only really familiar with the newer versions, 6.0 onwards, really.
Yeah, and then I found like I named the objects a certain way. We got some strings, and it turns out they have a completely different naming scheme, basically. So yeah.
Yeah, the names are hard. They're
I don't
also
agree with the names. I had a real tough time actually.
I know it was a memory manager that you were upset with, right?
Yeah, that's actually the name of the pool allocator. I think.
Mm.
I have a big problem with that.
Yes, yes. Well, the people who are coming up with these names in the first place are not native English speakers, and I think that is a
Yeah,
big contributing factor.
yeah, we'll cut them some slack.
Yeah, I'll definitely cut them some slack. So, how much do you know about where Mesosphere is at right now? Since I worked on it a
Um,
bunch in February and then got coronavirus and haven't really touched it since I got coronavirus.
yeah. By the way, are you good again?
Yeah, no, I have not had any meaningful symptoms in like 4 weeks, so we are all good.
That's nice. So that means you can actually go outside, I guess. Or,
I
mm,
can, but I haven't really been.
yeah, same. Okay, cool. No, you can tell me where you're at. I've only been following the progress like very minimally
Yeah, no, that makes
from this
sense.
side.
Yeah,
So
so
you actually have been tweeting, or okay.
from December to January was me doing research to prep for this, where I took the 9.0 kernel and labeled as much of it as I could, and like understood how it had changed. And then in like February and March, I implemented all of the init phase of the kernel. So it turns on and on hardware. It gets through all of the main function. Everything is set up. The processes are running. And I started streaming work instead of just doing it when I was free. Once I got to the service calls, so we're at the point where the kernel is fully functioning up to the fully functioning. I assume there might be bugs. Uh, up to the point where the built-in processes are starting to make service calls. And I think I've implemented like some parts of SVC get info and some parts of manage named port, and not very much of the other ones.
Oh, so I think you're actually pretty far then. Um, do you, let's see.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have multiple cores going, or are you
Yeah,
single
no,
core?
all four cores are active and doing stuff.
Hold on,
Um,
let me pull up the code. Uh,
yeah, no, go for it. It's kind of structured weirdly. So if you go to the atmosphere folder inside Mesosphere, there's kernel and kernel loader, but those are basically just like stub C files and
okay.
assembly files. Basically, all logic is actually inside libraries slash lib mesosphere. which is my way of sharing code between the kernel and the kernel loader binary that they added in 8.0, and B, I think it's really, really funny to have the kernel be mostly a shared library.
Yeah, just be careful.
Yes.
But yeah, it makes sense. Okay,
Mhm.
getting back.
Yeah, and the way that I've been doing this kind of in the past is I don't know if you have any video output from my stream.
No, I mean, I lurked for like 10 minutes at one time, I think, but I really haven't been keeping up.
Oh, I meant literally right now, not in the past.
Oh, uh, yeah, I have a tab open, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of debug logging stuff over UART where I log to UART-C, and then the custom Joy-Con firmware I have installed broadcasts serial output over Bluetooth. And so...
Wait, over Bluetooth?
Yes, so my kernel writes data to UART-C, and then the Joy-Con custom firmware broadcasts it to my PC over Bluetooth.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's
That's...
I don't really know how to solder, which will be a problem whenever I try to look at Gateway's mod chip. But you know, it works.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it sounds over-engineered, but if it works, it works.
Definitely over-engineered. I will not argue with that in the slightest. But so it basically prints out some basic information about the kernel's layout as it boots up, and then I have it set anytime a kernel panic is hit. I get a backtrace and where the panic occurred. And I've just kind of been implementing stuff where I run it, where does it get to? Okay, it panics there, let's do whatever it is that's causing it to panic.
Okay, makes sense. So you have ASLR, I guess?
Yes. Kernel ASLR is active, process ASLR is active. I have not been taking any shortcuts in like disabling ASLR or anything.
Okay, so I guess you're just crossing off the system calls one by one.
Yeah, that's kind of how I hope this will end up going.
And the scheduler is predictable enough that you don't get...
Yeah, so the scheduler, which I'll pull up now, is basically fully implemented. I haven't implemented the function that does the rotation of the ready queue for the like dynamic priority threads, but I don't need those until very late anyway. And the rest of the scheduler is implemented and seems to be working. Threads are switching and doing the right thing as far as I can tell. And the init uses multiple threads and multiple kernel threads, and they seem to be balancing each. They seem to be balancing as best as I can tell.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, like a lot of the background stuff is done. It's really just the service calls and the objects that are only used by service calls. Most of the IPC objects and sessions are just not there because I didn't need them to get through init.
And you're actually running this on an actual device?
Yes, this is output from hardware. When I was very early debugging, Shiny Quagsire has this emulator that he calls Moo with a bunch of O's. I think it's like 8 O's. That emulates the kernel badly, and I use that with a lot of logging to get through like the CRT0 initial stuff. But since then, I've been running entirely on hardware.
All right, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. I don't know. Are you aware of anything like super interesting that has changed since the kernel that you reversed and the kernel that I would be familiar with? I mean, there are a lot of things that are different, obviously, but...
Yeah, so the thing that I completely lost control over is how they track physical memory.
Yeah.
They have some new attributes, data structure...
Yeah.
That I have no idea about.
So they, like, don't have memchunk headers at all, actually, anymore. And I think they did when you were looking at the early kernel.
Yeah, I mean, they even ported over the Mac from 3DS.
That's super,
at some point.
That's super interesting. Yeah, no, that doesn't exist at all anymore. Basically, K Memory Manager, which is not the type that you think of as K Memory Manager, right? So the way that that works these days is there are like a bunch of these implementation managers that manage heaps, where like the unit of a heap is one page, and they have multiple managers theoretically per pool. The application pool has two managers. One covers the memory before the 4 GB boundary, and one covers the memory after the 4 GB boundary. And I think that's to not have too much metadata for any one region. And then they have one manager for each of the other pools. And they have a like 4-level bitmap tracking what pages are and aren't free in all of physical memory.
Okay, so it's some kind of body allocator.
Yeah, basically. I've called it K page heap, but they've got this bitmap that tracks where things aren't free. When they need to allocate a block, they will find some free one. It used to be like a linear scan, and then they changed it to be random in 10.0.0. But it is a buddy heap, yes.
So you're saying that the offset they start from is random.
Yeah, so they used to scan until they find a set bitmap, and now they choose a random set bit, walking each level of the bitmap, so they end up with a random page.
All right. It sounds like they kind of know something that we don't. Like they know that some part of the hardware is just some guarantees about DMA.
Yeah, no, I find the physical ASLR a super weird, interesting decision because I have no idea what it protects from or why they would want it. But I mean, it's clearly random is better than not random, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like they are aware of some issue that they can fix.
Yeah, no, like all allocations are random instead of being predictable now, and this must be to mitigate something that they're aware of, but they know something we don't, I guess. You are right.
So why does the user mode have two pools? Is it for
So the one downside to the bitmap structure is that it grows in terms of like yeah, there's like keeping track of the memory has overhead, and I think the overhead gets worse the more memory that it is trying to keep track of. And so they have this logic, which I think, let me see if I can find the file that does this. I think it's in the like normal kernel is where I did it. Where they basically split the pool in half, and if it is over a certain size, they split it in two, and if it's not, they do it in one.
Oh, so it's dynamically somehow?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find this. It'll be set up, not core and local memory regions, set up pool partition memory regions. I will do the thing that all people do who are trying to understand how code they wrote several months ago works and grep for that function. It is inside memory layout. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so what they do is they get the size that they want for the application pool. They get the size that they want for the applet pool. They get the size they want for the like non-secure system pool, which is basically just application pool memory that can be DMA'd except for sys modules, which I think you reverse engineered in the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they get where the kernel starts in DRAM, and then they get from that the start of where the pool partition memory is. And then they say that the application pool is the last bit of memory, so it's the end of DRAM minus the size of the application pool, and then before that is the applet pool, and before that is the unsafe system pool. And then they actually have like a secret fifth pool, which is the metadata pool, which contains all of the bitmaps, which they do down here. But this is like the arrangement logic for the application pool, where if there is this like certain size extent where this like midpoint thing is kind of weird, but basically if the application pool starts after the middle of DRAM, they only do one pool, and otherwise they do two. So there are two pools. They either have one pool, which is the last X bit of memory, or they take the memory that is from the start of the application region to the middle of DRAM, and that's one pool, and from the middle of DRAM to the end of DRAM is the second pool.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure it makes sense.
I'm sure it makes sense too. I won't say that I understand precisely why it's optimal, but it, it makes some kind of sense
That's
from an overhead
interesting.
perspective.
So I guess what happens if you try to allocate, you would first try the first pool and then the second one.
Yeah, so you can allocate from either order, but most allocations are from the front. And the way that like allocation goes is for each manager, it tries to allocate some pages, and if it doesn't get as many as it needs, it continues with the next one. And this can iterate in either direction depending on whether they're allocating from the front or from the back.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I guess, but I guess no allocation can cross between the two pools, or you're
so
saying that's
actually,
possible?
you can get pages that are partially from one and partially from the other, which is really interesting.
Right, because the reference count logic is pool agnostic, right? It's
Yeah,
the same
exactly.
for all the pools. Yeah.
It is totally pool agnostic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And then
mean,
they have this
nice
weird logic for applications that they added in like 7.0 that they call optimized memory allocations, where they do like a faster reference counting that has more memory overhead. And so that's a thing that happens now too. And the like faster reference counting, I think, also lets them use more of the memory pool and like get rid of a little bit of overhead. But it is other way around. My bad, completely other way around. But it's this like secondary reference counting path that they use for applications that have some bit in the NPDM set.
Is this recent? I guess it's
Yes, this is recent. It was added in 7.0, I believe. And I didn't really understand it when I was reversing 7.0 or 9.0. I only really understood it when I like labeled everything in 10.x.
And it's they still have like a U16 per page.
Yes, that is used in the normal case.
Right.
This like optimized stuff is weird, and it's for some process in particular. So there is one process that can use this optimized tracking per pool. It is super bizarre, but it seems optimal or better optimized. I'm not sure I understand exactly what makes it better, but they are calling it optimized memory allocation, so I trust that it is optimized memory allocation.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of struck me that the way they do reference counting in general is so the worst situation is if you have pages spread across wide range memory, and every time you're doing a decref or incref, you're basically getting a cache miss on every single increment.
Yes.
That has to be like a performance nightmare that they want to avoid.
Yes. Yeah, I can actually see. I would agree that they will get way less cache misses with the like newer optimized strategy because the reference counts are all kind of in one place. That's a good point, actually. But yeah, no, the memory stuff has been very interesting because it's changed so many times. I like don't even really know how the structures that they're using these days that I am familiar with would work with the like 3DS style memory chunk headers.
Yeah, so I think like 3DS didn't have any reference counting per page. I could be wrong on that, but so basically, if you could do a bunch of lifetime attacks on 3DS that are not possible on Switch.
Yeah, that makes sense. Someone in the chat asks, "Is this your first OS?" Yeah, I have not written an operating system before. I'm re-implementing Nintendo's as my first operating system implementation project, which is maybe not the best idea when I started it, but like 2 years in, it's actually been going pretty well. Okay. I am happy to keep talking. I'm happy to try to look at this unmapped memory stuff, which I have probably just not implemented at all. Yeah, it says it's stubbed, so I have just not implemented it yet.
Yeah, feel free.
Cool. Yeah, no, I've never really understood the name map memory and unmap memory. You named them originally on the wiki before we had real names, and I still think your names are better for these system calls.
I know, right? Thank you. Uh, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. So for people who aren't so aware, the memory that is used for protecting and reprotecting stack and mirroring stack pages to some other address range, Nintendo calls map memory and unmap memory. And Pluto originally named them mirror memory and unmirror memory, I think. And those are just significantly better names for system calls that mirror memory ranges than system calls that map memory and unmap memory does not describe what these do.
Right, and but it's also the thing they were
Mm-hmm.
internally. I think they call it alias.
Yes, they do call it
the
alias.
map memory has to be So they should have made, maybe they should have called it just alias memory, or I don't know.
Yeah, SVC alias memory, SVC unalias memory would be better than map memory and unmap memory.
Yeah, there is actually one thing which is at 1.0 there was a special type of alias memory where
Mm-hmm.
you were allowed to alias memory outside of the alias memory region, but they removed that, and it was given a special memory type.
Was that for like transfer memories? I know that you had some memory type on the wiki that I never really understood that you called like transfer memory weird or something. Although that might be a different
so that
thing.
was no, so that was just that. I think that was where they distinguished transfer memory that was owner accessible versus when it wasn't.
Okay.
It needs to have different memory attributes because there are some syscalls that only look at the memory attributes,
Got it.
and then you could potentially read out the memory when you're not supposed to have access to it.
That makes sense. I am really curious about whether the changes in 10.0 around using virtual addresses or physical addresses in IPC is some kind of bug fix, which is unclear to me still.
Sorry, what's that? Which one?
Let me see. I'm really glad that I put all of my notes on the wiki. So I'm just going to literally navigate to the page and see whatever I wrote there since I noted it there. Let's see, in IPC. Yeah, so the server session send reply function, which is used in reply and receive, takes in another argument, which is a physical address of the message buffer, and the like linear mapping for DRAM is used now for this instead of doing virtual address accessing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, I am really interested in whether or not that is a bug fix or just them cleaning up some kind of logic.
Well, when you implement that functionality, I think maybe you will.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is when I have implementation, I can test it. I'm probably going to have to make a lot of tests if I want to actually get this all to work. Oof, I know that's going to be a lot
What are
of
you
work.
talking about? I think you will get it on first try.
I wish. The sad truth is that I get all of the bugs that I get are like stupid minor typo errors or copy paste bugs, and they always take forever to debug these days.
Yeah, man, that's software engineering for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, most of the system call stuff, what I'm doing right now, is a lot of validate stuff and then call some singular object function. Like, I'm looking at this IDA output, and this is just going to end up being like, get the page table and then call a member function for it. Like, I think these are inlined calls to like a does it contain the address in some range function.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it'll just be page table based on that memory. It's like this function is going to just end up being a bunch of RNLess and then a single member function call. And it's kind of funny that every system call ends up being that.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that actually I wanted to do like a decompilation
Hmm.
of the kernel where I would
Hmm.
undo all the inlining that was happening,
Yeah.
and it's I actually I it's one of the reasons I bought Binary Ninja.
Oh, nice.
Only to find out that they don't yet support manipulating the IL.
Ugh.
But anyway, the plan is eventually so that you can make a plugin that completely analyzes the IL. So you can write what would be analogous to an LLVM optimizer pass, where you can find certain uh, patterns, and then you can replace them with a call to intrinsic that you can. So you can basically use that to undo some of the inlining. If you detect like there's an atomic increment,
Yeah.
you could replace that by some kind of intrinsic that would be called add ref count or
That would
whatever you want.
be super useful, especially. I don't know if you've looked a lot at my kernel database, which I think that I sent you. I'm pretty sure that I sent you it.
Yeah, but I didn't open it ever. Sorry,
Yeah, no, no
I haven't
worries.
had time.
No worries. I know that it is hard to find time for stuff at the best of times. Um, but one thing that is super annoying in newer kernels, you know the scheduler lock?
Yes,
Let
it's a
me.
spin lock, I
Yes,
think,
it is a
right?
spin lock, yes. Um, so it has been. It used to be not inlined, and now it is fully inlined. They tagged it with always inline or something, which means that the spinlock acquire and the spinlock release is fully inlined everywhere that it is used.
Yes, exactly. So this is the type of thing I want to do. Just I
Yes.
want to replace all that, which is an intrinsic.
Yeah. No. Having some mechanism to replace the like garbage that I have to learn to see through for all of the inlining would be fantastic. I guess
Well,
false
it's gonna
positives are
be
kind of a
about a year or
problem.
two, I think.
And even if it's ready in a year or two, that would be very cool to play around with.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've only really just started playing with trying to automatically label stuff in the kernel. I made that script that walks the SVC tables and automatically labels all the SVCs, uh, which is useful. That like gets like 500 of the 1500 functions in the kernel immediately. Um, and I made another one that's less useful, but was really useful at the end of things, where I like encoded all of the class hierarchy for the kernel in a Python script, and if the kernel database has all of the vtables named in a like standard format, it will go to those labels and automatically populate all of the virtual functions with the right prototypes and names.
Okay.
Yeah, and that saved
Yeah, it's
me
pretty sweet.
probably a couple of hours of work and took me several hours of work, so I don't know that it was a saving in the end, but it was better than having to manually label like all of the virtual functions.
Yeah, I remember there were at least two virtual functions for the initialization operation, and then two for destruction, I think, or something. I never really quite got what understood
Yeah.
why they had two. I think it was like an artifact of how they implemented the stat allocator, where they wrapped every object in a template like
Yeah.
allo- depending on how the object was allocated, the free operation would work differently, and the free operation is tied to the ref count of the original object. So you kind of need to use some template magic, I guess, to.
Yeah, no, I have had to do a lot of template magic for the kernel so far. Yeah.
Templates are great.
I
Um,
I love templates and I love compile time programming. I think I might like it a little too much, but it is so powerful.
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Did you see my like system call autogen stuff at all?
No.
Okay, so I am. It is both horrible and I'm really proud of it. Uh, so the system called tables contain these stubs that Nintendo was auto-generating clearly, which like transform the invocation ABI from user space into the like kernel C++ function ABI. If I actually go to like on map memory in IDA, you can see that there's nothing to move around here, but they save stuff on the stack, they call the C++ function, and then they clear all the registers that aren't used. And actually, this info leak clear was added to the stubs in 9.0, I think. So they finally automated fixing all info leak bugs after system calls, which is sad for you and I.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you know how they're generating this? So.
I have my suspicion because I wrote kind of an equivalent generator. I mean, I don't know how they're generating it in particular, but I wrote this like template monstrosity in my system call namespace, SVC code gen, where I like take in a function prototype as my template parameter. And I have all of this logic for like determining what the parameters are and where they would be located under the ARM ABIs. And I have logic for converting between these like ABI representations at compile time. And then the really disgusting thing is I have all of these little helper functions, which are always inline, that I call code generator functions, that just do one inline assembly statement. And so my template takes in a function prototype as an argument and generates a function that invokes all of these single assembly statement inline functions. And the result is that I can transform at compile time using templates the function prototype for the SVC into the stub. And so there's no actual assembly code for the stubs in the kernel right now.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Do you think that's what they're doing?
They're probably not using compile time C++ for it, because I don't think they're on C++ 17. I think they're probably on older. And I don't know how you would do this with C++ 17. So...
Actually, how much you want to bet it's just a Perl script? Or...
Yeah, it's probably a Perl script, or a C# script, or a Ruby script, or something. You know, we've learned recently Nintendo likes Ruby.
Yeah. What a crazy thing. Yeah, I don't know.
I know, but we know from Userland, which I don't know that I've ever mentioned to you, that they are using autogen in general. So you know the IPC functions for Userland, like the templated wrappers that they have for exposing functions over IPC?
Yes.
So I implemented all of the IPC stuff. And I found that their type information, because they encode like information in this object at runtime about the function call, is not complete.
No, I think you cut out.
Oh, sorry.
Or was it me?
Yeah. The information that they encode is not complete enough to represent what they are serializing and deserializing. That is, they use the same type to represent things that serialize differently. Like... buffers don't encode their attributes in their type, and handles don't encode whether or not they are move handles or copy handles in their type. And as somebody who spent a lot of time working on how to auto-generate IPC functions, the only way that you can do it their way and produce the prototypes that I see in their stuff is if they have some kind of external autogen that takes in some descriptor file for the IPC functions and generates their like C++ headers.
Yeah, I think that's most likely the case, what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that must be what they're doing, and so I have to encode the information in the type system because I'm using C++ to do it. And my guess for the kernel is that they are using the same kind of system that they're using for IPC, because hopefully, I mean, knock on wood, hopefully they don't have more than one or two different autogen systems.
Yeah, I assume they just have one.
Yeah.
So your plan is to use template stuff?
Yeah, I've been using templates for everything because as much as templates are impossible to debug, it means that I don't have like a separate auto generation and build process. The source code is C++ processing other C++, And also, C++ is a nice language for representing concepts about C++. Yeah. No, it is often nice to have my language that I am targeting and the language in which I am doing the compile time manipulation be the same language. For the
Yeah, I
same reason
mean,
that
C++
compilers are
is a
self-hosted.
magic language.
Yeah, no, it is very magic.
It's very meta. Like it can talk about itself
Yes,
in crazy ways.
I totally agree. Okay, getting back to unmapped memory. So this far it has done nothing but validation. If I... Where is that? It's over here. It's just validated that the pages are aligned, the size is aligned, that the addresses don't overflow. And this, I think, is checking address space start, address space end. So that's like an inline version of this contains function that I have here for page table base. And then this one is checking against a different region. And I think I have some other function that might not be contained. It might be like can contain for targeting a specific region, rather. But I don't remember perfectly. I think this is probably going to check that the source address that we're unmapping is valid at all, and this destination address is a stack region address, which would make sense. Let me check that.
Yeah, I think if I recall correctly, you're only allowed to map memory from type 5 or 7, which is like heap or VSS.
Yeah, the fact that you have the numbers memorized like that all this time later is...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did all this before that we had names for them.
Yeah. No, I mean, I very much respect it, but it's impressive. Yeah, even now I would have to like manually go here and check what the types are. How do I do can contain? Because I think that's what this is, but I should double check. Is in heap. So for stack, it requires that it is present, so it's within the stack region, which is what this is doing. And then it's not in the heap, and it's not in the alias. And yeah, so this is checking, is it in the stack region? Is it not in the heap? Is it not in the alias? So that should be right too. Cool. I hate how familiar I've gotten with uninlining this kind of thing. What result does this return? It's invalid memory region. Okay. Is that true for all of these? This is... Okay, no, the first one is invalid current memory. Yeah. No, I'm really optimistic about getting the kernel implementation in a state where it is like usable on hardware this year. I really like working on it, so there's no motivation issues. It's just a ton of work.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're very far actually. Maybe halfway.
Yeah, no, I have kind of joked about the first half of the kernel where I'm doing init being the first half, like the front half and the back half, where the first half is getting it to be running processes, and the next is implementing all of the system calls as they are used.
And you're not taking any shortcuts, you said.
So. Yeah, no, I have not taken any shortcuts so far.
So when you're done, you're gonna hit make, and you're gonna get like the exact same binary.
I wish, but you know they use CLang, we use GCC. I have no idea what compile flags they're using.
Well, somewhere I think you will still manage to do it somehow. I don't know.
I would love that. I would love to generate the same binary as them. That would be, you know, the dream.
Yeah,
I mean,
it has been done.
I know. I mean, it's happening with the like Pokemon disassemblies, and right. I think Mario 64.
Yeah, they even verified the hashes and stuff. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
No, I mean my I know it's possible to get the same output as them. Like when I've built ARC64 CLang in the past, and tried to compile code with it to check how close I am. And I mean, the reason that I recognize that their red-black tree is the FreeBSD one, and the FreeBSD code being in the kernel will never not be funny to me.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It's horrible, but it's so funny. Is because if I compile the like sys/tree.h red-black tree under ARM64 ceiling on like ceiling 7 or 8 at O2, I get identical assembly to their functions, even ignoring the fact that their types have the same structures. So I mean, it's possible, I guess, that they just implemented systree.h themselves faithfully and whatever, but I'm pretty sure they're just literally using it.
Well, at least there's no GPL violation. Wow.
Yeah, that's true. Cool. I think that I've actually gotten this stub past the validation and to the part where it is actually doing stuff in the page table. And now there is the like stupid part where I need to add the functions that allow me to call this from the context where I want to. Because the like process page table I actually have as this separate structure where it's ARM64 process page table. And so I will just need to add some dumb stub here. There's like results unmap memory just address
By the way, is your result typed as int?
No, actually, I have the super complicated result type that is like a real thing. If I go here to result common, I have the full like curiously recurring template pattern result, where if you return a result error, it's always going to fail when you call dot is failure, and always not succeed when you call dot is success. And the same is true for result success. And the like result macroing that I have uses these auto to cast stuff to result, which theoretically gives you a little optimization in the cases where you are always returning an error or always returning success.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking whether you had a type safe result or not.
Yeah, I have I do. I have this macroing thing where I like have each namespace is some module. So I have a macro define the namespace result module is 1 for SVC, and then I do like R define error result and then the name and then the ID, and this defines a class that is SVC result out of sessions that I can use normally later.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I've found this to be pretty convenient to work with. It has some annoying downsides, but it is nice to work with for the most part. Yeah, no, the most annoying thing about this process page table class is that it is just a forwarder to the like main page table class, and so for like every function, I just have to do this page table call the equivalent function, which is always a little dumb, I think.
And that's how it's actually done. It's not inheritance.
Yeah, no, I am really confident it's not inheritance, mostly because the page table member is not at offset 0 in the process page table, if I remember right.
Could still be multiple inheritance. But,
that's true. It could be multiple inheritance, but I am pretty sure that it is not, because they have like 2 of these types. They have one for processes and one for supervisor page tables.
Yeah, I made a mistake when I reversed it, that I treated them as the same.
Yeah. Now, I did the same thing when I was labeling 9.0, and I had to go back and change them into different types. It was annoying, actually.
Yep.
But, that's how you make these mistakes, and you learn. Okay, so what is this function doing for unmap memory? It is this is acquiring the lock for the page table. It is checking that the memory state has the flag that allows you to alias it. Checking that the other address has the memory state that says it is stack, because you can only alias stack memory. It's creating updaters for the operation, the transaction that it's doing. It is making the page group, the group that represents the pages for the destination address. It's validating that it is the same set of pages as for the source address. Then it is calling unmap on the one that is mapped, and it is calling change permissions to make the pages that were mirrored visible again. And then it is mapping them. Okay, so that's a bunch of things, and this is a lot of uninlining that I will have to do, but we will do our best. I've worked enough with the page table class to be able to mostly just uninline this by sight. Like, I know that this is the lock. I know what kind of memory state check these are. This is an updater class that they have, and all of this stuff down here is the destructors for that class, as it's applying the transactional page table updates. I don't know. What sense do you have for the like actual C++ class management stuff, where stuff is like scoped object destructors, which I have tried to spend a lot of time figuring out, and I don't know if you would have during normal how does it work reverse engineering. Not sure if I lost you, which I might have. Are you still there? I'll message you in Discord. Wow, it is weird to go from having conversation to not having conversation. It's actually like distinctly odd. Well, I think that Plutoo has maybe had his connection die or something, although it has been very nice having him so far. Does anyone who is in chat have any questions about what I have been doing so far? I guess while we are waiting to figure out if Plutoo has had his connection die or is just busy or something. What version of IDA am I using? I own IDA, so I'm using... no, I don't want to go to the help pages that way. I want to go to About Program. I'm using IDA 7.5, which released like this last week. I will say that people who are IDA Pro, people who are not me are going to be a lot better off using Gydra. I have this like very weird use case where, one, I can afford IDA, but two, IDA produces better output than Gydra for low-level ARM64 stuff. What I've been saying the last few streams when people have asked me this is that in a few years, Gydra will just be unambiguously better than IDA. But right now, very specifically for the set of binaries that I'm reverse engineering, IDA is a little bit better. Yeah, no, Jam's advice is also very good. Hey, Pluto. Did you like disconnect for a bit?
No, just grab some water.
Ah, that also totally makes sense. I started looking at the actual unmap memory implementation. I was.
Yeah, you're gonna have fun with the TLB shootdown, or I guess it's actually not that bad on ARM.
Yeah, no, on ARM it's actually mostly painless.
Okay, never mind me. Keep going.
What I would ask you actually is whether you spent very much time figuring out like all of these C++ helper objects that are in use here. Like this like updater class that I have identified has all of this as inlined destructors for it, where it is applying the like transactional page table updates. And I know that you are very familiar, or definitely were very familiar at one point with all of the like core kernel classes. Did you spend a lot of time at all looking at the like helper objects?
I don't remember this object.
Got it. Answers the question.
Is this just a page list, or you're saying this is a different one?
So this is not the page list. Basically, they have this helper object that like allocates memory blocks representing whatever transaction they're applying. And on success, it does like a scope transactional update, and on failure, it rolls stuff back. And it produces all of this gross atomic bullshit at the end of all of the page table functions, as the destructors are fully inlined.
Oh, that is this the allocator for the page tables?
Yes, it is the allocator for the page tables.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember how it works anymore, but I think it used to come from a different, like, it wasn't just regular pool memory that they used. They had a different allocator for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think like 1.0 that was all super simple. It was just one big.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know that you knew the 1.0 kernel ridiculously well at some point. I remember, I think it was in 2017, asking you what prevented pages from being transformed to executable. And you were able to give me the specific function that did it within like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, 1.0 was almost better in some respects to what they have today.
Yeah.
In terms of just simplicity or elegance.
Yeah.
It's kind of grown over the years, and now it's a lot harder to reason about than it used to be.
I would agree that it is hard to reason about. Yeah, no, it is a huge pain in that way. But I have learned to get over it. Tux was telling me when we were seeing that they had started fully forcing inlining of a bunch of stuff, that like working around it and the red black tree stuff would probably require dynamic analysis. And I agreed at the time, and it took me a lot of effort to get used to seeing through the destructor bullshit that there is so much of.
Still here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I guess it cut off. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that Discord is not perfectly reliable. I was just making a comment about how, when Tux and I started seeing that all of these stuff was being inlined and everything was harder to reverse, we thought that maybe... I think this is also a memory state. Let me check that. Yes. Maybe we would need some kind of dynamic analysis to be able to understand it at all, which is why he started working on the hypervisor so we could debug the kernel. And then I just kind of went through the process of forcing myself to try to see through the inlining, and eventually got good enough to do it, but it's awful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can heuristically, like, if you know what the function is supposed to do, you can guess what how they would implement it, I guess.
Exactly. It is still a huge pain, though. Okay, I think that this memory state function has so many arguments, I struggle to keep track of them all. It's checking that the source address can be aliased, which makes sense. It's checking that the permission, checking against all permissions is, I think this is kernel readable, is 48.
That's also changed.
Has it?
Used to be 18.
Really? Interesting. Oh, although I think bit 48, let me actually check that. Because bit 40 I think is the new one, if I go to memory permission.
That used to be...
Yes. Okay, so that is not mapped. And what is 8? 8 is user readable, I think? No, yes. 8 is kernel readable. So it should have kernel readable and not mapped, which makes sense for the pages that are aliased. Yeah, so actually, this would have been 10.0 in the past. Or this would have been, 18 in the past. You're right about that. But this is a 10.0 change, actually. I think I explained to you when 10.0 released this new bit, but I can explain it to you now again if you don't remember or are just interested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's hear it. It's interesting.
Yeah, so normally, or before 10.0, they tracked whether or not pages were present the like standard way that you were supposed to, where they use the low 3 bits. The low bits of the ARM64 page table descriptor is like the is it a page fault bit. Yeah?
Yeah, right. The present bit or whatever they call it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they wanted to have support for having pages that are quote unquote mapped, but page fault. Like they want dash 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 to be a permission to that has a mapping entry associated with it. So they added
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
They added one of the software reserved bits up at the top of the descriptor to take the meaning of the like present page fault bit. And now they support using that bit instead of the like is present the real is present bits, having entries for pages that just aren't actually mapped.
Okay.
And so this bit 0x40 was added in memory permission in 10.0.0, and this means that the page does not have the like fault is present bit set. And so what this 48 permission means is it is a kernel readable page, but it is not actually mapped. And so even though it has the permission kernel readable, if you access it, you will page fault.
Right. I'm trying to think why they're doing this.
I have speculation about it, which is like for IPC stuff, or like the atomic SVCs. I think you mentioned when I brought this up the first time.
Yeah.
The atomic instructions don't have user space access versions.
Right.
And so this would prevent like using the instructions on a page that you have mapped as unreadable, like a transfer memory or something, maybe. I mean, I don't know to what extent that's a real thing that you could do, but that is my best guess at the meaning.
But yeah, right. Because previously what they did was they always forced it to be kernel readable.
Yes. And this lets them have entries present in the page table as though it is kernel readable, but it is not actually mapped.
It's not even mapped in kernel. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I think that is what this is doing, but it has also been difficult to really gain an understanding of what it is.
Right, because there's no way in ARM, like the page table entry, there's no bit to say it's present but not in kernel or use mode.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is kind of an interesting design problem, I might even say, with that.
Yeah. There's more things. I think the other design problem is the non-executable bit.
Yeah.
Where I think it applies both to kernel and user, or something like that.
Yeah. So they actually, I think in Newark they have the NX bit is separate for privileged and user. So okay. They have PXN and UXN as separate bits now.
But there's an indirection to it or something. Or
yes, there is this weird indirection to it, and we all know that it is apparently very difficult to not accidentally map your kernel code in user space.
Yeah.
So I thought that just might be like a silly Nintendo mistake. But it turns out that Apple also accidentally did that for their kernel at some point.
Yeah, I read that actually.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it must be some kind of design flaw in the way the like official ARM documents tell you to do something that leads to implementations doing that by accident.
Yeah, there was a good article about it.
Was it by Seguza, or however you pronounce that? I think I remember something like that. I think I read that too, but I don't fully remember.
It's hard.
Yeah, it is.
The problem is that you want to have any combination of RWX.
Yes.
But the PT bits is just not sufficient to encode all the possibilities.
Yes.
So the question is, what do you do? Do you try to find the most compatible permission, or do you return an error code, or what do you do?
Yeah. No. I mean, I think that having written page table code in the last while, ARM page table code is actually pretty nice to work with, but the bits are bizarre and took me forever to really get a sense for how they all work together. It is not intuitive how the bits encode what they do. Yeah. Okay, so this check, which I've just finished slowly while talking to you, is them verifying that we're calling it the source address here, but this is really the pages that were mirrored and that we are now unmirroring to restore, have the flag that says they are allowed to be mirrored. They should be kernel readable but not mapped, which makes sense because they are -- in user space, and they are locked for user space, and they also have this kernel lock bit, which is new in like 9.x or 10.x, I don't remember. This bit 0x80 in the attribute gets set when like any of the locked attributes are set. And I'm not really sure what it's used for because like
Okay. What do you mean by locked attributes? Like
so the attributes, yeah, I have on stream now my attribute enum, where the lower 7 bits are used for like user stuff, and the all of the bits are valid for the kernel. But there is locked, which is like bit 0, which means that it is locked. It can't be transitioned from something to something. It's just the bit that means this has been locked for something. Then there's this bit 0x2, which is used for pages that are locked for IPC. There's bit 0x4, which is used for pages that are mapped into some device. And there's bit 0x8, which is used for pages that are not cached.
Right.
Yeah, and they added this this upper bit, which means like any of these 3 are set. And I'm not sure why they don't just use an or, but you know, it is a mystery. Like they don't actually seem to use this bit for anything other than the or of those 3. Right.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, maybe there's something very big brained that I'm missing that I just haven't noticed yet. It's definitely possible, but
the only thing I can think of is if you ever set the 80-bit without setting one of the locks.
That's an interesting question. I don't think they do. It's possible that they do, and I just haven't noticed it happening somewhere. Yeah, okay. Can't remember it all. It is difficult for me to remember all of the names for these things. Like, I know that this is FF, and I have enough of the names in IDA that I can mostly just take my IDA names. But when I'm working with enums, like, the #1 issue is just remembering what everything is called. This doesn't check any permission. None. Permission. None. And then they are checking that this doesn't have any attribute set, so that makes sense too.
Yeah, I remember there's a quirk with this function, check memory state, where it verifies the mask. So they have a mask and they have the value that they're expecting the mask value to be. But for the, I guess it's for the attribute, it doesn't work that way. It's like they
Yes, they also have this, I call it ignore mask, where they like OR it with this value, and they check that the value ORed with this like second ignore mask is equal to the right thing.
Yes, but there's also a third quirk or second quirk which is that they take the attribute of the first block and then they assume that every block subsequently has to have the same attribute, not just the mask, but actually the same attribute.
Yes, I think that is true. Yeah, it's while it at the mask is the same attribute. Yes.
And that's like the so you're guaranteed not only to it doesn't only abide by the mask and value, but also that all the blocks have the same.
Yes.
Which is, I guess, kind of interesting. But
yeah. It is interesting. I mean, it is. It enforces like really strong preconditions on what isn't going to be true about stuff that is being mapped, which is definitely to their favor. To be fair.
Right. Yeah, I was actually evaluating this for blogs and couldn't really find any. And that's definitely one of the attacks I considered, where you had two different memory types that were placed adjacent to each other and well next to each other, and compatible bits, but different types. And then I was looking for a function where this function would collect both of them.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder if there's some advantage to enforcing these like super strong conditions from a design aspect and not just a implementation aspect, because obviously it means that you know a bunch of things will be true. But I wonder if there's some better reason for it to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nice design. I think they probably don't have any mathematical proof that, because I guess you could model it mathematically somehow and actually prove that.
I deeply suspect that they have no mathematical proofs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can make a formal proof for the different states and the transitions between them, and make sure it's actually consistent. That they maintain all the variants correctly, but yeah, they definitely don't have it.
Yeah, actually, it's something that might interest you. I really wanted to make sure that I didn't fuck up the memory stuff. So, I mean, I've been implementing it carefully, but I have this thing I do for memory blocks that is enabled in my debug set right now, where I have this cute little scoped, I call it an auditor class, where it takes in the like memory block tree class, and like when I update the pages, the first thing that I do at the very start of the scope is I make this auditor, which ensures that the tree is in the correct valid state and all the invariants are held at the start, and then in its destructor it does the same thing. And so theoretically this means that all of my updates need to preserve the invariants or I will get a kernel panic, and this has been very helpful for debugging. Since kernel panics I get backtraces and like conditions for.
Okay, that's pretty sweet. So, what is? So you're saying the tree? Oh yes. Yeah, they moved to. It's an arbitrary, right?
Yes. Yeah, it is. I mean, the memory block is an intrusive red-black tree node, and then all of the stuff that used to be in it. What was it before it was a tree? Because I only really know it as a tree. Was it like a linked list or something? Yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense.
It used to be so tiny.
Yeah. No, the like tree class, what I consider to be the memory block manager, is the tree, and then the like start address for the range and the end address for the range. And my auditor just calls the check function in the constructor and the destructor, and my check state verifies the invariants that I understand, where consecutive blocks that have the same properties need to be coalesced. and blocks that are sequential or next to each other need to have matching end address and start address, and blocks that like are mapped for IPC need to have a reference count for IPC. Blocks that are mapped to devices need to have a reference count for devices. And those are all the invariants as I understand them. The like orderedness.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any others.
The orderedness of the tree is like handled implicitly by the fact that it's a red-black tree now. I don't know if that was a thing that was maintained by hand before. What do I call this?
Yeah,
function?
there. I think there still is, but there used to be at least a final entry always of type 16 or hexstamp.
Yeah. I can very much believe that. Okay, I need to, what this is doing now is this is making new page groups to represent the pages that are mapped and the pages that are being unmapped, and it is verifying that they are the same. And so I need to implement that, but I don't remember how I create a page group because it has been too long. So I'm going to do the casual I'm a scrub thing and look at other functions where I have done it and see how I did it there. Okay. That's actually pretty simple. Just going to make 2 page groups. One for the source and one for the destination. These classes, they are so easy to remember conceptually and so difficult to remember all of the quirks of. Okay, so this does page group, and then this is the like is same pages. I don't remember what I called that. Okay, is valid page group. That also tracks figures. Interesting. Are they only using one page group here? It looks like they might actually only be using one instead of 2 now. Okay, I assumed they would use 2.
Page group, is that the page list?
Probably page group is what you think of as the page list. There's also a second page list, which makes it kind of a complicated answer. Probably. K page group is an intrusive list that is an address and a number of pages, basically. So it is yes, a list of pages.
And how are the entries? Because it's variable length, right? So
yes, each entry in the list is an address plus a number of pages. So a page group is some group of these page entries.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And this like block info stuff that is the like backing part of the K page group, I think is used directly for some debug thing that I don't remember super well. I think, but it's been a while. Let me check another use of isValid page group just to make sure I'm going to do this right. Yeah, okay, so this is isValid page group for, yep, that looks like it will be correct. Okay, go back to memory. Sorry, I know that me talking aloud as I write code is not always the most engaging content. Okay, so they create it representing the destination, and then they verify it against the source.
I'm impressed you guys managed to duplicate the class tokens.
Yes. So have you seen my class token logic?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, actually.
Yes. It is. I was very happy with it because I got it to work at compile time.
I think this must be something very similar to what you're actually doing, I guess.
Yes, I assume so too. This like recursive style, is it a final class? If so, like set the final class token and then use the other bits. It must be similar to what they're doing. But I don't think they have C++17, so they are probably using some other mechanism to do the same logic.
It's a Ruby script.
Yeah. I can't take full credit for this, by the way. Tux originally recognized this sequence as being on the online encyclopedia of integer sequences. And then I realized it was probably an extension of that sequence and implemented the like full version of it. But it was Tux's discovery originally. I think Tux still has some code that you can probably find if you search through the like chat archive where we all talk, of him linking the actual encyclopedia entry for the integer sequence.
Yeah, it had some property with where it was guaranteed distances from each other, like the Hamming distance was guaranteed or something.
Yes, it is. I remember it well because it's like a simple algorithm when you think about it. It is unique permutations of 3 bits, basically. It is all of the unique ways to specify 3 different bits. And because all of the 3 bits are different, the and of any 2 of them will be different.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Which is an elegant way to represent the actual domain problem.
But doesn't that mean that there's some limit of objects?
Yes.
Like number of objects, and if you
so-
go past a limit, you're gonna get some kind of collision?
Yes. So they have 8 bits reserved for the final classes. And they are doing unique permutations of 3 bits. And so 8 choose 3 is 8 factorial over 5 factorial, 3 factorial, is 8 times 6 times 7 over 6, is 8 times 7. So there are 56 classes that they can have. I think. Let me double check that. I am not so good at factorials in my head.
Well, 8 choose 3 is 56.
Yep. Cool.
So you're right about that, but yeah, that's plenty.
Yeah, they are deeply unlikely to need more than 56 classes, I think.
Well, you never know. In a year, the kernel will have grown.
That's true. They keep adding new things to the kernel. I'm kind of upset about the ABI breaks that they do sometimes because they make my life hard as someone who has to support all of their stuff with a single binary.
What did they break apart from the debugging syscalls? Or is that
10.0.0, it broke the ABI for query IO mapping.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, man.
So before, as you might recall, and I will like type this out for viewers, it was results svc query IO mapping, uint pointer t out address or out virtual address, and it took in a source address and a size. Yeah. This is like the original 1.0.0 version of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 8.0.0 they added a restriction, where previously they let you use unaligned addresses. And the signature is still the same in 8.x, but now stuff has to be aligned. And they added special meaning, where now in 8.0.0, if you pass in the address 1, or the address 2, or the address 3, it will give you the address of like special regions that you might have mapped for you. which are like a new thing in the NPDM in 8.0.0. And actually, they have
that was for trace buffering.
yeah,
Or like
it's
for...
super funny names. It's on memory boot image, DTB, which is like Linux device tree buffer, and kernel trace buffer are the three of them that I remember. And so in 8.0, they added that and broke the ABI a little bit because now you can't pass in unaligned addresses. But that was fine because I could just, add a little shim that, ands the source address before I call it and then re-adds the offset after. Right? So that wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a restriction, you can just choose not to put in the restriction.
Yes.
There's no legitimate use application would.
Yes. But 10.0 changes the ABI. It is now, it still outputs a virtual address, but it also outputs a size. And when I saw this, I thought, okay, that's really annoying because now there's some additional out arguments, the ABI is different, but maybe getting an out size is actually useful because like if you don't know the size of your I/O region, you could use this to get the size of it. And so I was kind of excited about that at first. But it turns out that's not how it works. I wish it was how it worked. I might choose to do it that way when I do Mesosphere because it's better, but I also don't want to introduce differences like that intentionally, so I'm undecided. If you pass in like a normal I/O address, it will literally copy your input size to the output with no validation on it. And if you put in one of these special addresses, it will give you the special region size. So the like ABI change is to support getting the size dynamically for the kernel trace buffer or the on-memory boot image or the device tree buffer.
Okay, and what was the condition for that again?
Those are returned to you if you pass in 1 as the source address, you pass in 2 as the source address, or you pass in 3 as the source address. So the function actually takes in like either an address if it's page aligned and bigger than 0, or an enum member.
Yeah, what a bad lead. They could have just added another syscall.
I agree, they could have added another syscall. Also, they killed another syscall, which makes me sad. Query physical.
Physical?
Yeah, query physical address now just always returns an invalid result. It used to like actually return you information about the physical pages backing your memory. But in 10.0, this still worked in 9.0. In 10.0, it just always returns invalid memory as a result.
Yeah, is that at the same time they introduced PASLR?
Yes, it is. Which actually, you make a very good point about that. Oh wow, I had not made that connection actually.
I'm not sure what they're so afraid of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yep, that explains it. I had been wondering why they did that, and I did not make that connection at all. Thank you.
Yep. They have some guy who's thinking about all this stuff.
Some guy who's terrified of physical memory stuff for some reason.
Yeah, I can't even believe they would find that during code review. Like, yeah. I would totally miss that.
I would also miss it. Okay, so what is this doing now that it has validated the page groups? It is first doing an operate to unmap, and then assuming that it succeeds, it does a second operate to change the permissions of the source region, which makes sense. And then if that succeeds, it maps it. Oh, and they have a little guard here so that if it fails, they remap the pages that they unmapped previously. And that has to succeed or they abort. Okay, that makes sense. That is why they are caching the destination permission here so that they can restore it if they need to. Okay. What is the type for operate again? Operate, I don't know why I do this to myself. It takes in page linked list. Okay, that's annoying. I can work with that though. This is operating on a page group, isn't it? This output linked list, destination address, sure. This is just the number of pages. This is basically no address. This is no size. V55 here is, I think, the properties. It should be the properties. Yeah. Let me double check that. Yeah, okay. Is PA valid? So yeah, that's true. Physical address is PA valid, page property, the operation, and use the output list. That makes sense. Yeah, because they will use the output list if they are remapping the page group here. Oh, that's actually a page property. Never mind. It's fine. Oh no, wait, it is use out pages. God, I am just illiterate. Okay.
Alright, I'll be right back.
No worries. So there's less chat interaction this stream. I am having a pretty good time talking to Plutoo and working, but I know that is maybe less interesting than me answering your questions and responding to people in chat. But it's also new, and we are new to the whole having people show up and talk. So hopefully it is not like boring or anything. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, T-Slater. I mean, I am enjoying doing this, and it's actually like a huge pleasure to have Plutoo here. What do I call this? Data. Get page list. Okay. So this will be. Back down that memory. It's boring without the vaping. Yes, I vape. I think it is a double-edged sword. I mean, I am planning on streaming kernel dev pretty regularly going forward. So hopefully we will have plenty of the interactive streams as well. Yeah. I don't think that I would want to have the non-interactive stream all of the time. But, you know. Check, I'm doing this again because I just cannot remember things for shit. Yeah, okay. Let me double check this. Permission, IO, and cache non-contiguous. Great, that's easy. I definitely agree with you that there will need to be some balance of, you know, doing stuff where I am interacting on a good proportion of the streams if I'm also doing streams like this where I am talking to a guest. Is guest the right word? Who knows? Operate, and I think it's going to be data.page list, and then just address on pages. Then after num pages is the physical address is valid. It's going to be null physical address false. It's going to be the unmapped properties for the destination. What do I call the operation? Operation type unmap. And false. And then what we want to do is, unless we succeed, we want to remap it.
What's a scope guard?
Oh, so here I am going to be doing something that I had this conceit that I have that makes my life a lot easier. I will pull up the code for it. But basically, a lot of the times for cleanup, Nintendo will do this thing where they do something on a scope exit. And so the like level 1 thing to do is to say auto file equals open file on scope exits close file. And this means that even if you don't have like a class or you're using a C API, you can put the cleanup logic right next to the opening logic, which makes it easy to keep track of. Yeah?
Yeah, sorry. I know what the scope guard is. I just sort of curious about that.
So the macro there, what I do is I will have like auto file is open file, and then I will do auto guard is scope guard close file, and then I will do something, and if I succeed, I will call guard.cancel. And then if anything in this do something code fails, this will execute and do the cleanup. But once cancel has been called, this will no longer execute. So it is a way for me to conditionally execute arbitrary code at the end of a scope. And so what I'll be using it for here, if I go back to the...
Oh, it takes a lambda? Oh yeah, I see. That's pretty cool.
And it's always inline, so there's no overhead. What I'm going to be doing here is if the guard is going to perform this remap, and then this means that I can just do my usual try to change the permissions logic, and if it fails, this will automatically happen when the guard's destructor runs. And so using these guards allows me to keep the kind of like linear r-try macroing for control flow that I have found makes a lot of Nintendo's code look really clean.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah.
Or you can even, using the lambda, you can even like borrow parameters from...
Yeah, absolutely. I can capture basically anything.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff in modern C++ that has taken me forever to get used to using, but now that I use it all the time, I like can't live without it. What are the arguments to map page group impl? It looks like it is the list, which makes sense. It's the destination address, it's the page group, and it is the properties and true. But let's double check that I implemented that the same way as Nintendo. Page list, address, page group, properties. Yes. Okay. Cool. I can mostly copy this from another case. This is going to be using the page list that was built when we unmapped. So this isn't like newer in newer kernels, and so you might not know that it's like an optimization that they did. But basically, they specify this like list where all of the pages that get unmapped in an operation get appended to. And depending on this Boolean argument to their like operator function, they will reuse the pages in this list whenever pages are needed instead of the normal allocation process. And so like this means that they don't reuse things when unmapping, but they do when they are remapping. And so if they need to remap, they have the list of all of the pages that were freed, and because remapping will need exactly as many pages as were freed, this means that they use the exact same set of pages for remapping as unmapping without having to allocate new ones.
Wait, under what scenario does a remapping occur?
So for the unaliasing, they first unmap the aliased copy, and then they try to set the permissions for the original copy. And if setting the permissions fails for the original copy, they will remap the alias.
Oh, yeah, I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they have a way to revert their changes if...
Yes. This lets them roll back the partial application of the changes in the case where it gets interrupted or it fails partway through. interrupted isn't
Yeah,
the right word.
it's actually very tricky to design this correctly,
Yeah.
because it's a multi-core system, right? So a different core can get a partial snap
Yeah.
the page table at any point in time.
Yeah. The hope is
Um,
that all the important stuff is happening while this lock is held, and so nothing else will be trying to modify this page table. But I agree, the concurrent page table stuff is tricky. Very, very tricky.
but even so, I mean, you could access this address that the page table maps for on a different core, and if it's a TLB miss, it's gonna do a page walk,
Yes.
and it's gonna walk the page table that is currently locked by your core.
Yes.
But
I agree. There are a lot of multi-core stuff that is difficult about this.
yeah,
Some of the changes in 10.0 actually. Let me go to the page table class. I need to go to source for that, not include. They had this big change for how they do property changes, where previously their logic was pretty simple for changing permissions. Where is that? It should be down further here. God, there's so much code in this. You can see I've written a lot of page table code.
yeah.
But so they have this new protocol for changing permissions, where the first thing they do is they unmerge all contiguous mappings for the range. So this turns all of the contiguous mappings into non-contiguous mappings. And then they have this helper that is actually a lambda, and Clang has the lambda capture variable there, so I know it is a lambda. These are the 4 things that it captures. So I know I have an identical capture list to Nintendo here.
Wait. How do you know the lambda?
Let me go to operate. If I go to change properties, I never renamed this from change attributes lambda. Renamed me. The way that the C++ ABI does lambdas is the capture list is basically just a structure of everything captured in order. And so this is captured as the first thing in it as a pointer, etc., etc. And so I know that they capture this, the virtual address, the number of pages, and the output in order. And so I capture this virtual address, the number of pages, and the output page list in order. And the capture list is like an implicit this argument to lambda functions. And they have this super interesting protocol now, where this applies some set of changes for them, which is a little complicated. But in the simple case, which you probably know when they map stuff, they have an option that breaks all of the mappings before applying the change. In the normal case, they just apply the mappings and it's done. But in the case where they are wanting to refresh the mappings and first make them invalid and then apply the update, they unmap everything. Then after everything is unmapped, they take the scheduler lock and release it, which forces a reschedule in the middle of the page table operation change, which is just really interesting to me. And then they apply the mappings and flush the data cache afterwards. So conceptually, this is all mappings go to null, and then they force a reschedule, and then they apply the new mappings, and then they flush the modified page tables. And I really want to know why they force a reschedule here this way, because it's not clear to me why you would ever want to force a reschedule in the middle of a page table operation.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah. Also,
when is this refresh mapping condition set?
Let me check, because it's one of the operations. They have a separate operation ID for it. There's, I call it change permissions and refresh. And when is this used?
I think it could just be the way they're implementing the EP for the.
It is used when setting memory permissions, as an example. And this is interesting. Yeah, when they set a memory permission, if one of the pages is executable, that is, if they are setting the executable bit, then they do change permissions and refresh. Otherwise, they just do a normal change. And also, if they're making pages executable, they will do a data cache flush and invalidate the instruction cache afterwards.
Oh, so you think it's got to do with the instruction cache?
I think that it might have to do with the instruction cache or making sure that the instruction, when they fetch instructions, they don't fetch data that isn't valid anymore. When they convert data pages to executable, they first make them invalid and then they force a reschedule and then they do all this. But it's not clear to me why the reschedule is important there. I mean, it's easy for me to, add the reschedule because I'm translating their disassembly into C++, but I don't understand the reasoning for it. Also, someone in the chat asked me what my background is.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I will just answer this really quickly. I think I have it in C. Yeah, it's just this image that I've used as my background for almost 5 or 6 years now. I can post this in the chat later if you would like, but I like it. It's just some abstract art that's been my background for as long as I can remember. No. I mean, clearly they think a reschedule is necessary, and I don't know why. I was kind of hoping you might have a magic solution, since you had the super obvious one for why they got rid of query physical address, but I understand.
Yeah, I don't have it. Sorry.
No worries. I understand that we can't always just immediately understand the motivations.
Yeah. I mean, I can see a lot of things that could go wrong with TLVs in general, but I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know either. Address. Else, and what are the properties they're using here? It is mapping it as 0x1b, which is a memory permission. What is permission 1b? It's time to look that up again. 1b is going to be read-write, I guess?
Yeah, read-write, read-write.
Yeah, kernel read-write. I agree. Although that's actually user read-write.
Both.
Yeah,
both?
user read-write and kernel read-write. Yes, you are right about that. Let me verify that I called that.
Is there a way for IDA to handle bit fields?
IDA is still terrible with bit fields. Actually, there are some enums that it does well, where if you say that something is an enum, and you have attribute, if you have these bit field enums, it actually will, newer IDA will display it correctly as the OR of the various bit fields. But when a enumeration has both bit fields and non-bit fields collective values, the way kmemory attribute does, it's not very good at that. Or kmemory state does, rather. Because kmemory state has both the flags and the magic combinations, it's bad at it.
Yeah, memory type. Or, yeah, this one.
Yes, not just we're using the different names to refer to the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Properties, source properties, permission, I think it's user read. I was in the middle of checking that. Someone in the chat asks what is happening right now, reversing new update or working custom kernel. I'm implementing one of these system calls for the kernel reimplementation that I'm working on, and I'm also talking to Plutoo, who has been hacking stuff for longer than I have and reverse engineered the kernel and understood it really well way before I did. Thank you again for coming and chatting for all this. I appreciate
Yeah, I'm
it.
having a lot of fun actually. I'm enjoying this.
Glad. Yeah. No, it's there are not so many people who appreciate this kernel in the way that I know you appreciate the kernel, and I have come to appreciate this kernel. So it is nice.
It's a work of art.
It is. It really is a work of art. Yeah. Okay. So my mask for these permissions, like I have user right is the SVC right, which is the like actual user permission, ORed with the kernel, which is a way of forcing the kernel values to have the same bits as the user values. So kernel implies user, or user implies kernel, other way around. So that if you specify user right, it is automatically kernel right. So I just need to use the user right permission because that means both. I wonder if I need to rethink this now that not mapped is a thing. might be in my interest to rethink it now that not mapped exists.
And I'm thinking there is a way to make writable access, like you can block kernel from accessing user mode memory.
Can you? I think every case where the page is readable by userland, it is readable by kernel. I mean, until 10.0, even like zero permission user pages were readable by kernel.
I'm gonna look this up.
Go for it. I will eagerly await whatever you find. Okay, so we have at this point unmapped the pages, and then we have just successfully changed the properties, which means that we don't need to remap them. And then we want to apply updates.
It's called PAN, Privileged Access Never.
Privileged access never. Yes, I know that is a bit in the like ARM spec. I don't think Nintendo uses it.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's not supported by the core.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think they use it either. Isn't there some part of the IPC that just does a straight mem copy?
Yes, there is. I think the pointer buffers just do straight memory copies. Although most user access stuff uses the like special region functions where if a fault occurs in one of those functions, it causes the functions to return false, which has always been like a favorite hack of mine. I'll call it a hack, call it really clever design. I love it either way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think of it. Like, there's literally, like, the code implement is just like, is the PC between this range and this range?
Yes, exactly.
So, call whatever was in R12 or some shit. And
yeah.
Kind of nasty.
It is, like, on the one hand, it's kind of nasty. It is super nasty. But on the other hand, it makes it really simple for them to detect user stuff safely. So it's horrible, but it's also really big-brained, and I'm conflicted on it.
I think like even bigger kernels like Linux are doing essentially the same thing. I could be wrong, but they also have the copy to user function or copy from user.
Yeah, makes sense too. On pages. I think this function is actually like done as soon as I get these lines out correctly. I just need to figure out what these last couple of arguments are. Yeah, and the destination state, which we got here. Yeah, this is the source state, and this is canary state none. is the like expected current state. And then this is the source pages are going to now be read write. Is write? Does write imply read? Did I mess that up? I did. Yes, this actually needs to be user read write, not just write. That was a silly error I almost just made. That would have been hard to debug if I hadn't got that now. And key memory attribute none. Okay, so this is the part where I think I am actually done with this function. And so theoretically the system call works, but also there's no way this compiles because I just wrote at least 100 lines of code, and 100 lines of code written by me do not compile the first time that I do them. And that is always true. So let's see what I messed up. And the first thing it'll always do is it'll compile this pre-compiled header that I set up when we did GCC 10. All this is going. Someone asked in the chat, do you guys have formal software or engineering education? I don't. I went to a technical school, but don't have any like formal software engineering training. This has just been my hobby for the last 6 years. I don't know, in Plutoo's case, what kind of like formal experience you have.
Well, I studied physics at university, but I dropped out, so I don't have anything regarding software really. Okay,
that totally tracks. Yeah. Now I find it interesting. I think Tux does have a like degree in computer science, but I think most of us don't. Is my understanding.
Yeah, I just spent my childhood, being on the internet and learning things my own way. I think that's how most of us came to know programming and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, well, here's a silly compilation failure. I defined the function for this and then didn't actually make the SVC stub call it. And I'm compiling with W errors, so like every warning is a compile failure, which is definitely a good thing to have on for the kernel, I think.
Yeah, I've written some larger projects in Python, and you really want the static types and all the warnings that come with that.
Yes.
For a major project, it really makes a big difference.
Yes. No, it really does make a huge difference. My own experience has been that I want to catch as many things at compile time as I possibly can, because runtime is so hard to debug for on-device. So I will go to
that's true.
I will go to very great lengths to try to make things be compile time errors if I possibly can.
Right. You want, if you, even for like logical bugs, if you can get the compile time error, you want it.
Interesting. Oh, right. I'm out of practice writing Mesosphere code. So here I think I wrote rabort unless, which is my macro for userland. But the kernel handles result failure a different way, so I actually need to do Mesosphere rabort unless. So that's just me using the wrong macro because I am out of practice writing kernel code. I don't know. There is a lot of the kernel in place. I don't know how you feel about the Switch emulators that exist. There are 2 of them, amazingly.
Oh yeah, I have some good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the Yuzu devs recently did a huge accuracy revamp of their kernel stuff, their kernel high-level emulation, as a part of their supporting multi-core for emulation. And when they were doing this, they were messaging me a lot, asking me questions about the scheduler and asking me questions about memory management. And this was happening at the exact same time that I was writing Mesosphere. And so I got in the habit of anytime they would ask me about a function, I would implement it and then link them to the implementation. Uh, yeah, that was a nice coincidental overlap in people working on the same thing at the same time. But okay, this is...
Yeah, so was that related to the scheduler mostly, or?
It was mostly a scheduler, but it was also memory allocation. They were having issues with, like, some games would abort because they would find invariants broken when they would walk query memory trees. And they weren't doing coalescing right, and they weren't... they didn't really have a concept of... This really amazed me. They did not have a concept of, like, mapping pages into devices, which, I mean, makes sense, I guess, because they don't have devices, they are on PC. But they did not... When interacting with NV services, you create a transfer memory, and then you send it to NV services, and that is used for all of your GPU operations. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
They did not realize that that was a thing that you had to do, and they were not sending a transfer memory at all or managing that at all, which meant that their like memory management stuff on the kernel side was not keeping track of what wasn't split up and inaccessible at all.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the only thing I don't know much about Jisoo, but I actually started looking into the other one, the RU
Yeah.
Jinx.
Ryuji. Yeah.
Ryu Jinx. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised about it. It's fucking great in my opinion.
Yeah. No. Ryuji. I have criticisms of Yuzu from an accuracy point of view, and I really don't have criticisms of Ryuji from a accuracy point of view. It is incredibly accurate.
Yeah, the way it's designed and the way like everything wraps around, like all the concepts wrap perfectly around the actual thing they're trying to emulate.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also, I'm going to test this on hardware now. Since, you know, theoretically this system call is a thing that exists now. So let's see if this works.
But I think, like, the sheer, like, Yuzu has so many more people working on it, so they're able to achieve better performance and accuracy right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yuzu's performance lead is... more than anything, okay, I got a partial backtrace. That happens when, because it's over Bluetooth, I don't always get perfect output, and so I sometimes need to rerun it with the switch physically closer to my Bluetooth dongle. But my perspective is that the reason Yuzu is faster and getting better performance is just more people, and they're writing in C++, so they have a performance advantage out of the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
and they have some good people. I mean, the guy who's doing the GPU opcode documentation.
Yes.
He's writing some really detailed tests. Like mapping out all the different types of ads. You can have like saturated adding and, you know, all the crazy operations that are supported by the GPU opcode.
Yeah, no, the people who are doing GPU stuff are super doing a good job.
Yep.
Am I getting a partial backtrace for, like, a good reason? Because I've gotten a partial backtrace 2 boots in a row now, and that usually only happens when I am, like, physically not locating my switch close enough to the dongle. So I will try moving it around again a little. I mean, I know this is probably the address that I'm crashing at. This is presumably some backtrace, mostly in user land, for where things are crashing. But
are you able to do address to line on that address, or
for stuff that is in the kernel, I absolutely can. For user space addresses, oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. So we are actually like getting this is the full output that I was expecting. It looks like we are actually getting an exception, and probably implemented something wrong. Because it is an exception in supervisor mode, which generally means I've done something very wrong. But I guess something in here has some kind of a bug in it, and that will be fun. So let's figure out what that is. So when I am debugging, and I don't know how you debug your programs, but the first thing that I always do is load my elf into IDA.
You think it goes that deep, the bug?
All I know is that I don't use adder to line. I use IDA. I can use adder to line, but I know how to use IDA, so I would rather use IDA.
Yeah, I mean it's not too bad.
Yeah.
It doesn't take too long.
Yeah. Okay. So, and the process is happening in SM, which is interesting. And it is, the exception is happening at this address, which is at plus 28,9,410 from the ASLR base. The sad thing about ASLR is that I have to, know how to translate stuff. But luckily, I can mostly ignore all of these bits because the kernel will always align itself to 2 megabytes, and so I really just need to subtract 60,000 from this to get the correct address. This will be 29,410, and it looks like this is in the synchronization object actually, which is really interesting. So why is this happening? Is this in? Oh, it's inside of get info. Okay. And it looks like this is a break instruction, which means I'm probably doing some kind of UB in here, which I will happily believe. Okay, so that should be easier to debug than I thought if it is a issue happening inside of get info, like breaking. Sure. Sure. And I log the input to get info.
Looks like a handle table lookup.
Yeah, this is some kind of a handle table lookup. So what is get info sub ID 12? He says, pulling up the service call page on the wiki. Yeah, that's 3D brew. I want switch brew. Although I'm glad that I have both in my virtual machine's history. Get info type. 12 is the ASLR region address, and it should take in a process, it looks like. So it looks like it is first calling it with the pseudo handle for the process, and that's returning the correct value. But then it's calling it with, oh, I know what this is. Plutoo, you are, you are the reason why this is happening, actually. Because for libnx needs to detect the virtual memory layouts for both pre and post 1.0 kernel, and the way that you do that is you submit invalid system calls and look at the results.
But wait, this is not actually compiled with libnx, is it? Oh, you're running with your own sys modules.
Yes, this is my SM sys module, which uses libnx code.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
Well,
so
it works as expected.
It works as expected. Yes.
I think personally it's genius. It's my proudest moment. So.
It is very clever. The tricks that you use there. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah. Okay. So probably I'm not verifying that the process handle is a valid process handle, I would guess. I thought I did though, because I do current process get handle table, get object, unless it's not null, return an invalid handle. Oh, I guess in the case where it is not valid in the handle table, I'm probably doing some kind of UBD reference, I guess. Because this break looks very much like, oh, we know that you are dereferencing null, and so we are going to insert a trap instruction instead. That seems pretty likely to me to be what is going on here.
The handle is optional, right?
Yeah. Well, no, you are submitting an invalid handle in your libnx code for this get info call so that you can see what result the kernel returns.
Yeah, but I thought the handle is always going to be correct, right? It's the address that's invalid.
Let's check that. I forget what libnx does, but I have the libnx code here somewhere. If I go to atmosphere aux, libnx, nx, source, kernel, it'll be invert mem, I think. Get info. How do you do this? Oh yeah, so you are calling unmap memory, which is why we got that one map memory call. I was confused why we were getting unmap memory because we weren't actually, we hadn't set up any stacks. So I had to implement unmap memory before map memory because you call it here.
Yeah.
That explains that. And then presumably, you are calling get info region. What is 12? Is that heap probably? 12 is the ASLR region. Okay, so you have determined that we are on 2.0, I guess.
But that one always uses the pseudo handle. It never uses 0.
Interesting. That is interesting.
Like if you just scroll up in that file.
Yeah. No, I think I agree with you that you are always using the pseudo handle. So I wonder if I'm doing something wrong here, which is not impossible. Yeah, okay, so you call it first with this ID and then with this current process handle. So I wonder if the log is wrong in some way, which is also possible. Although I am amused that I had to implement unmap memory here before map memory because of this. That totally explains that.
Did you check if it returns the right error here? I guess it has to.
Yeah, I mean it should because I am returning the errors that the official kernel is returning. Although I would think get info should be returning the right thing here. Let me check my code for get info, which might be wrong in some way, because I thought I implemented this correctly later. So the way that this works is I check this, I check this. Let me see what I'm passing to the log function. I call it with this, the info type, the handle, and the info subtype. Do I have another call to this anywhere? I'm pretty sure this should be the only call to get info. What I'm going to do is, just to be sure that I'm catching everything, I'm going to add a print or a log to the unmap memory call. And that should hopefully add a little clarity as to exactly what SVCs are being called in what order. Because while I could continue to try to piece stuff together just by looking at the libnx code that is doing this, it is probably easier to just log the call parameters debugging. And this is just a Mesosphere log. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit confused. I think.
%cx, %cx, %cx.
Is this actually a bug in libnx, I wonder?
No, I'm sure this is a bug in my kernel. I am sure, given that the libnx stuff works perfectly, that probably, for some reason, I am returning a failure on getting the ASLR region address or something. That would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just curious why it would ever call it with a 0 handle.
Yeah, I might be detecting it wrong or something, although I don't think so. My my get info, if I look here to the actual stub, this is, let me pull up Nintendo stub for reference. SVC get info 64. They store x29, x30. They subtract 10 from the stack pointer. We store x1 at the right offset. We move x0 to the stack pointer. Yeah, these are identical stubs, except they have a frame pointer and I don't. And I just don't have the frame pointer because this is all auto-generated by my C++ template bullshit. So we are definitely translating the ABI in an identical way. So I am going to bet that I probably just have some bad logic in somewhere in my somewhere in my kernel. Okay, I am going to copy the newly built kernel over, and I'm going to run it again to get the debug output. I'm actually kind of fond of this testing process apart from Windows spawning a bunch of unnecessary bullshit as it's like loading my SD card. Like I have a lot of fun with the implement something, run it, see where it goes wrong, try to fix the mistakes kind of approach. I know that it's kind of weird to call it fun.
Yeah, it's the best way.
But
there's no way to make this big a project
yeah.
from scratch.
Yeah, no, doing things kind of iteratively like this is really nice. Also, someone asked, and it's running again, so I'll respond. Someone asked in chat why I use Notepad instead of something more advanced.
That is a fair question.
Yeah, so I tried using IDEs when my computer was worse than it is now, and they like crashed because I had too many files open. Cool. Partial output again. What happens? I really need to find like an optimal place to set my switch so that it communicates properly with the UART device, because it is sometimes fully consistent and sometimes not, depending on where it is physically located in relation to my Bluetooth dongle. And I'm sure that that's like improvable, and also it's probably better when it's not going through the like indirection of forwarding the COM port from my host to my VM. But it would be nice to get consistent output all the time instead of only some of the time.
You should get a USB serial, or I guess then you have to open your device.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it looks to me like you call get info with with the ASLR region range, and we are returning this value. Am I not returning result success in here? Is that what's wrong? I thought I was. It looks like I am. I wonder if I'm not returning result success here.
Oh. I think it's this one. Hold on.
Which one? Like my log says what I return is whatever I write to output, but that doesn't necessarily indicate the return code. But I think the return code should be right, because if in the ASLR region case, we should write the ASLR output to address and then break, which will take us here, and then we'll fall here, and then we should break out of this switch, I think, and fall into here. But maybe that's not true? Right, if it's
I tracked down where it actually does get info in libnx. I pasted the link in the chat.
Okay, cool. Let me look at that. Oh, do you pass 0? Yeah, you do. Okay, that explains it. Got it. So this is your way. You do that. Okay, cool.
So there's no issue in your assembly code.
Okay, cool. I'm glad to know that, and also really amused that this is in fact something that you are responsible for me tracking down. Beautiful way of detecting the kernel, really clever, but also, god damn it.
Yeah. We had it going for a while, you know, this technique of detecting the kernel version by sending it valid input and seeing the error codes.
I know. I am really disappointed that they stopped having detectable differences in newer kernels, and so we had to switch over to the like read system settings way of doing it.
I didn't like how that turned out, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The kernel stuff was a lot more elegant. Well, elegant. It's a hack, but it's a lot more elegant.
I wonder if they did that just to screw with us.
You know, do you know about the thing that they objectively did to screw with us in the secure monitor?
No.
Okay, so this is just absolutely to screw with us, and I have a comment about it. I have a comment in the original Mesosphere too, but no, I'm gonna look at it on GitHub because the comment in the second version is better. GitHub atmosphere. Don't want to go to releases, but this will get me here. If I go to the Exosphere 2 branch, I go to the like second secure monitor that I'm writing, and I go to the SMC read-write register. So in 2.0.0, they did all of the protections to make sure that you can't access the BPMP. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But when you do the read-write register SMC, it will lie to you if you try to write to the SMMU ACID register for the BPMP. or the like BPMP DMA register. And so like for these two alone, it will tell you it succeeded even though it doesn't actually write to the registers. And these are hard coded in Trust Zone. If I like pull up the actual Trust Zone database that I have, and I go to read write register, they really do hard code the two register addresses.
And this is not actually called by any legitimate software. I
No
guess.
official code ever tries to read write to these, and in fact, it is an error to be trying to write them in the first place because they are configured by Trust Zone and expected to never be changed. So, like, I am very confident that the only reason they are doing this is to fuck with people who are trying to hack Trust Zone.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for them in a sense that, well, if I were them in this situation, I would not care for.
Yes.
I would just give up that surface.
Yeah, I mean, I would too, but I am impressed at how resilient they are with so much of this stuff.
I mean, they're doing the best they can, and they're doing a really good job compared, like, given
Yes.
the cards they were dealt. But
Totally agree.
yeah.
Okay, so here I'm doing.
Sorry, guys.
And sorry, Nintendo. They're doing get process, get handle table, get object, and they're getting a k process. Do I have a special case for k process? I think, okay, yeah. So the way that I implement this, which you might be interested in, is I take in the object to return as a template parameter. And I require that it is dynamic castable if it's not auto object. And I have these if context bursts, which is like a compile time branch. The branch doesn't show up in the assembly if it's not the process or thread type that supports the pseudo handles. And the C++ revision they're using, I think, doesn't have if context burst, so I'm curious how they are doing it.
Yeah, I think at least at least at 1.0 it wasn't consistently supported.
Yeah.
So there were some syscalls that didn't support the alias. I think it was the RO ones that map code.
Yeah.
Basically, they didn't support the self-alias. You had to give a real port.
I think that
real,
might still be a thing, but I will probably deal with that when I have to, because the pseudo handles are used for everything that I've needed so far. I can always add another function that doesn't support them, I guess. Or like add another template parameter or something.
Yeah, but it's strange because I would expect the pseudo handle logic to be part of the handle table, not outside of it. But
yeah,
I guess yeah.
I would too. But okay, so you really are passing invalid handle. Great. So that means that my logic is get the handle, verify that the class token matches. Yep. It's not equal to v17. Okay, this is just checking that the handle is valid at all. And it looks like in this case there's an abort happening, which is the exception that I'm getting information about. So clearly I'm doing something wrong that is like UB in this case, so like I'm dereferencing null or something. Yeah, okay. This makes sense. I take the spin lock, I do this. This calls the incref. Yeah. So that's interesting. What is going on in the like implementation for this that's doing that? Because this is going to be calling like get object impl. And this is, you know, if it's this, return null pointer. If it's this, return null pointer. So this should just be returning null pointer, I think. And in the conversion here, this is going to be doing an implicit conversion from a pointer to, oh, I see what's happening. I see exactly what's happening. Okay, so this code is wrong. Basically, I am calling the member function dynamic cast unconditionally, regardless of whether or not it is null. and I need to only call the member function that casts it to the right type if it is not null. So what I really want to do is I want to do if k auto object, or even if auto object is this get object handle, object is not equal to null pointer, return objects dynamic casts, otherwise return null pointer. So that's slightly more complicated logic, but I see what's happening here. I see why that is producing a null dereference in that case. Interesting. I'm surprised I hadn't triggered that yet before. That seems like a pretty basic bug there. So someone in the chat says Rust doesn't have null, which is amazing. I like null. I recognize all of the problems that it has, but having something that is explicitly invalid is often convenient. Because it's otherwise you have to just have all references be optional, which is a thing you can do, but it's less natural than pointers with null, I think. I really need to figure out why Windows pops open all of those windows complaining about the second partition every time that I turn on my switch. Or every time that I connect my switch. It's very irritating.
You have to swap the SD card every time?
So, you can't see this, in the host, I have a window for like managing the USB boot ROM exploit, where when I need to connect the SD card, I run the memloader payload, which connects my Switch's SD card over USB to my PC, and then VMware is routing that to the guest. And when the guest detects that the SD card is now mounted, it pops open a window for the MUMMC partition, because I have an MUNAND. And the MUNAND partition isn't a valid FAT partition, so it like pops open a window telling me that it needs to be formatted before it can be used, which is annoying every time.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, but I wish there was a way to not have it happen. I wonder if you can hear the like notification bloops I get when someone sends me a Discord message, which I am getting a bunch of those.
I don't have the stream audio.
That makes sense, since you are calling with me.
I can turn it on for a little bit if you want.
No, probably someone in chat will comment on it. Okay, let's check in IDA if that was resolved. Since, you know, checking in IDA before running on hardware is the first step to seeing if you did the thing you were trying to do. I think I can hear it, says someone in chat. That's amusing. Okay. It looks like, yes. In the case, instead of doing a null dereference, we now just return null pointer, which works a lot better. Okay. So that seems to have fixed it. And we copied that to the SD card, so now let's run it. And now that we know exactly where in libnx things are happening, which is in detect.c, I guess, not wherever I thought it was.
Yeah.
I guess I can see what I should expect to happen next. I should expect you to get the program ID and then the initial process range and then the user context address. Okay. So I guess we have to implement a whole bunch of get info now. Thank you, Plutoo. I'm not really upset about that. It's very funny.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay. It is running on device. Let's get this open again and hope that I get a real output again. Come on, correct output, not truncated output. That appears to have given no output at all, which is, oh, there we go. Great. Okay. SVC break was called. Interesting. What would be calling SVC break? Does anything in here abort?
Panic, I think.
Oh, maybe.
But but there's no panic here.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. So this might be a SM doing it. I have an SM backtrace here that I can look at too. But, okay. So first it's calling 19 to get the program ID, and this is returning invalid data, basically. This is returning an error code, probably. This is probably going to be like a bizarre, weird kernel, because I haven't actually implemented any of these. Yeah, you can see that out when it's not actually populated, it's just saying that it returned the info type when it's really returning nothing. Because the default output is what was in X1 beforehand. And someone in chat asks why I have to go through Bluetooth for the output, and that's because I don't know how to solder, and so I haven't hooked up like a wired serial output, which I should do eventually. But okay, where is this happening in practice? Because clearly it's calling SVC break. Where is this address? Because this will be in my SM, and the fact that I'm about to open my SM in IDA to figure out where this is happening is also really funny. That is kind of the advantage of having all of this be code that I have written, is that I can just go to my system module and open it in IDA. Now,
Yeah, having symbols is very nice.
yes. Okay, so D610, D610. Okay, it is calling Fatal Throw. And why is it doing that? So let's go back a level, D444. Yep, it's calling Fatal Throw, and that would be because we are trying to do vert mem setup, which makes sense. Let me mark Fatal Throw as no return, which is why it's complaining. Well, it's really exit process.
Yeah, I think there's a panic in it.
That makes sense.
I'm not proud of it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Here's the old hack to get stuff to be functions when IDA doesn't like it, where you patch in an infinite loop. Yeah, okay, so it is going to be panicking because it thinks that it is an invalid kernel, because I am not actually returning the right data for these regions. That actually totally makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, so I need to implement these get info calls, which I can do. Cool, so I guess that is next on the table. Discord noises intensify. I will check the Discord stuff once this is all over, but I am trying to keep my focus on writing kernel code and reading the chat and talking to you, Pluto. By the way, do you prefer Pluto or Cluedo? I'm never sure which I should be using to refer to you.
Oh, yeah, I don't really care, but I use Pluto, and whenever it's taken, I just
use
mirror
the Q.
reflect the key.
Oh, cool, StuckPixel. I am excited to see the stuff that you were mentioning. Am I allowed to talk about what we are working on, StuckPixel, at all? I don't have any issues with us talking about it, but I also don't know to what extent you are interested in talking about Gateway. Pluto?
I don't care. I mean, I have no...
Cool. So for the last week or so, HexKYZ and I have been looking at the mod ship, as you know. And StuckPixel got his hands on a mod ship, and he has installed it and set it up. And we found out... what I said last stream about the mod ship is not true, sadly. It's frustrating that it's not true. What they are glitching is the PKC hash check. So the boot ROM loads in the public key for the bootloader and verifies its hash, and they are glitching that hash check, which means that they are then using their own public key to sign their own bootloader. And we suspect that we can get their chip to glitch our own public key, and then we will get bootloader code execution. And so StuckPixel and I are working on that. I spent some time last night reverse engineering their stage 1 bootloader, which has been interesting. They do a lot of crazy stuff. The way that they communicate with the mod chip is via EMMC commands, where they reuse command 0, which is not how they're supposed to be using it. and reads to like some magic number sector, send data to the mod chip, and writes, or other way around, reads to some magic sector, get data from the mod chip, and writes to some magic sector, send data to the mod chip. Yeah, they are literally sending ARM code via the eMMC commands, which is very funny.
I don't. Isn't all of the payload encrypted or something?
So you would think that they would encrypt it, because that is what you would do if you were an intelligent person, correct?
Right. Well, yeah.
Yes.
But
Gateway.
obviously, a lot of effort went into this. But okay.
Yes. No, they are ridiculously paranoid, actually. Like they triple check everything. They clear the security engine immediately. They have 2 redundant RSA signatures over their payloads.
TX?
Yeah. Like, Gateway signs their payloads twice, and triple checks both signatures. So, if you look at the boot 0, which I'm pulling up in Hex Editor, do you mind if I show this stock pixel since this was dumped from your console? I mean, it's Mariko, so it won't contain any console unique info because there are no key blobs, but I should also check with you before I show the boot 0 that you dumped on stream. If you do not have an issue with it, I would like to show it. But I will wait for your go-ahead. Because I would like to show you, Plutoo, how they are doing their bootloader. Okay, don't care. Great.
So I looked at the pictures of the thing, and it looks like...
yeah.
By the way, he said he doesn't care, but...
Yeah.
It looks like there's one IC that's not labeled, like just labeled TX or something.
Yeah.
And I was curious, do you know what is that like an?
I don't know what the ICs are. That is a question for someone who is a little more hardware oriented than me. Okay. But yeah, so this is not Nintendo's public key. They overwrite the first 2 BCTs to use their public key, and this is like a custom BCT that they encrypted and signed. And it points to a bootloader at 3F0000 in NAND. And here is their little encrypted bootloader. They have their little team executor as the plain text IV for their encrypted payload. Like, the IV that they use is copyright team executor, which is cute. Here's their signature with their key. They have a hard-coded bootloader version of 9. They have 0x450, so 1K of encrypted code. They loaded at this address. This is their entry point. This is the hash of their payload. Like, if I go here and I say, give me 450 bytes, and I take the SHA-256 of it. 6199 matches the hash here, and this is a random salt. So the structure of this is, this would be an AES MAC if they were using AES MAC. This is a signature, or these 100 bytes are a signature. This is a random salt, and this is the SHA-256 of the encrypted data.
And how are you decrypting the code?
So, this is 450 of encrypted data, yes? You'd expect this to be the important bit, yes?
Oh, okay.
So step 1 is to observe that at the end of their 450 of encrypted data, there is this little plain text code. I think that their encryptor payload doesn't encrypt everything, because this is plain text thumb code for memcopy or memcomp. Like, this is a thumb mode memory compare that they just don't encrypt at the end of their payload. But then if you go one page later, there's plain text ARM code. And so we don't know exactly what's going on in here. We know that it writes some magic numbers to a specific address, and it loads this second stage into memory. This is like a load address. I think this is a size to validate for the BCT maybe, and like a hash of the BCT maybe, but I'm not sure. And then their code is just all plain text here.
And this part is not signed or anything?
This part is not signed, but probably their signed bootloader like validates a hash of it or something. Probably.
Did you try just swapping it out and see if...
We did, yeah. If you modify the first instruction, it stops booting, and it overwrites it with the correct version, eventually. With the way that we think they are doing it is they are just trying to glitch a bunch of times, and if it fails some number of times, they write their payload to eMMC, which, you know, is a way to avoid writes, but it also means that you can get them to glitch with your data, which is lol.
And are they actually flashing this onto the eMMC, or are
Yeah,
they?
no, this is really flashed to the eMMC. Yeah.
So are they actually? So I guess okay. So they're doing some kind of man in the middle on C, but they're not actually doing the man in the middle to introduce this.
Well, they're not using the man in the middle to introduce this, but they do man in the middle so that they detect the like reads and writes to the magic sector number, which they use to do communication between CPU and mod chip.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. They're StuckPixel says in the chat they're just triggering off the commands, which we think is true.
Yeah, I guess whatever microcontroller they have doesn't have enough RAM to
Yeah.
store that big payload.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I have no idea why this is plain text. There's no reason for this to be plain text. They literally have boot ROM guaranteed encryption security up here. So it is very unclear.
Make it easier.
I mean, it makes it easier for us, but I'm very unclear on why they have the encrypted payload be 1K of code that just loads the decrypted code. Oh well, it's very funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. But yeah, so they are glitching the PKC hash check, which means I think I said in the last stream that we thought it was package 1 eMMC reads. And yeah, if it were package 1 eMMC reads, Nintendo would be able to patch it, but I don't think Nintendo can patch a boot ROM hash check glitch. My understanding is that that won't be patchable, which is unfortunate. I don't know.
They can probably patch it, maybe.
They could patch it maybe, but I mean, you add a random delay via an patch maybe. But if they do, can their chip just glitch something else maybe? Right, like if they have a chip that is glitching the boot ROM, can they just switch to a different target in the future by updating the mod chip firmware?
I guess so, yes. But what I'm curious is if there really are random sleeps in the boot ROM.
There are. I am like entirely certain of that. But I guess there must not be random sleeps between them reading the PKC hash and validating it.
Some external trigger.
Yeah. There must be something they can synchronize off of for that specific case.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is an interesting problem, and I'm really curious to see how Nintendo ends up responding to all of this. Like, if we start seeing software mitigations, that will be very interesting to me. Okay.
I don't know what they can do, really.
I don't know what they can do either. Yeah. I mean, commercial boot ROM glitching chips are hard to deal with. Okay, I should probably actually implement stuff in the kernel.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they have to spin a new chip.
Ugh. I feel bad for NVIDIA, almost.
Yeah, but I thought about that. But really, like, NVIDIA is just milking Nintendo and selling them a product that's not really, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, too. NVIDIA is definitely kind of screwing Nintendo. Okay, what else are you using? You are doing program ID, initial process ID range, thanks. User exception context address, and the total non-system memory size. Okay, that's fine, I can do that.
I think it's just whatever was introduced with that.
Yeah, it is probably just the ones that were introduced in new firmwares. Yeah, user exception, total non-system memory size. That makes sense. Total non-system memory size.
That was actually one of the issues with the with the original
Mm-hmm.
Switch, that package 1 wasn't encrypted.
Yes. And
That
neither
was the
was the
whole reason
BCT.
why Derek was able to glitch it. Like we were able to glitch it because we could reverse at least some part of it, like get some kind of understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, no, I agree that the encrypted bootloader is an improvement, like a significant improvement. Having the first bit of code that runs the plain text is not good for you.
Right, and even if it's secure, like even if the code is 100% secure, like the chip itself is not. So
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this falls into this, where it checks that the info subtype is 0 and returns invalid combination, if that's the case. Which I think you called invalid enum value or something, probably. It's fine. Although, no, I think invalid enum value is a different one. Yeah, it is. Okay. So what does it do in these cases? Where is it handling the program ID case? Program ID, it just literally gets the process's program ID. Okay, that should be pretty fine to do. SVC type program ID break. So this will be like a kprocess function that hopefully I already have. It's hard to remember what I haven't have it implemented in kprocess. I don't know. How do you really defend against glitching at the end of the day? Like, even in the case where the boot ROM has perfect anti-glitching, we have known that they could just glitch package 1, since it's presumably the same code as the non-Mariko chips. Defending against glitching seems really difficult to do well.
yes. I'm really curious what the result will be regarding how they're able to bypass the random delay.
I am really interested in that too, and hopefully we will have the boot ROM soon enough, knock on wood, and be able to tell.
Yep.
Yeah, you always have the option of asking Derek. He would never do it if I asked him, but
You know, I've actually been poking him a little bit.
Yeah, I know he's busy.
Yeah. I guess he's not motivated, that's all.
You know, however we want to say it. Where's the oh, right, initial process ID range was removed, wasn't it?
Initial process.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It was removed after 4.0.
You mean the PID?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to say case initial process ID range.
They had a bunch of revisions of that fix.
Yeah.
And I went back and forth.
Yeah, we're just going to return, you see, result invalid enum value here, and add it to do, detect exactly 4.0, target, firmware, do the right thing. I can do this when I am adding backwards compatibility. So my plan right now is that I'm going to implement the 10.x kernel and then do my best to get it to work in a backwards compatible way. I don't have a concrete plan for how that'll work, but I figure it's important to get it working first and then add the backwards compatibility, instead of trying to architect it for all firmwares as I'm doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, you've already enumerated most of the ABI breaks.
Yeah.
So hopefully it should just work as is.
Yeah. I also hope that that is the case. Okay. Case user exception context address that is supported here.
But I guess you will always run with your own sys module.
Yeah.
Like your own.
I know that I will be running this under my own secure monitor and with my set of system modules, which makes stuff a little simpler in some cases. But I'm trying in general to be as true to Nintendo as I can. I don't like to differ from them in behavior unless there is a really good reason to, because it makes things harder for me when I do. Okay, so this is returning the process local region address PLR. Yeah. Okay. Now let me verify that this is the member. I think it is, because it should be. Yeah. Okay. So I called this TLS address and TLS DRM address when reversing, and then it's the process local region. So I called it the PLR address and the PLR heap address in Mesosphere. And so I had a little bit of confusion when trying to figure out why my names for one were different for the other. I should really try to be more consistent. What type is this? Is it a virtual address? Or is it a process address? It's a process address. Okay.
It's just triggering off the commands.
Yes, they are triggering off the commands gateway.
By commands, the EMMC commands, or?
Yes, the MMC commands.
Do you guys have any statistics on how accurate the glitch is? Like, is it 100% success rate, or? I would expect it to be.
We don't think it is 100%. We have noticed that if we mess with the boot, it takes a much longer time the next boot. So what we think it's doing is it stores the successful offset whenever it succeeds, and then it uses that on the next boot to try to do a better job, and it will retry repeatedly. And if it doesn't get a success fast enough, it will hold the reset line and try again.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it makes sense too. You know, I am impressed by how sophisticated this chip is for what it is.
Yeah, it's next level.
It really is, which is, you know, good and frustrating.
I mean, if it's a normal MCU and ICE40, you can probably dump the firmware of it fairly easily.
I would guess so too. I'll be interested to see how that goes. Okay, just one of these left to implement. Thank you, Pluto, for the early implementations of these.
Yeah, if you keep going at this rate, you'll be done. Tonight. Let's see.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that has been good about the kernel is that I have been doing a really good job of making consistent progress, which is gratifying and makes it a lot more fun. There hasn't really been anything that I've gotten stuck on for a long period of time.
What are you gonna do after the kernel? Is that it, or?
Nah, there's more plans. Obviously, there's always more planned. I made a little roadmap, which is already inaccurate because I have no ability to stick to my commitments. But it's not so inaccurate. Let me pull this up. So, my end game, quote-unquote end game, I'll do stuff after it, but my real end game is I want open source firmware package. So that's all of package 1 and all of package 2. I am supposed to be doing this right now, and it's mostly ready. I just need to take 2 or 3 days to finish this. Where I'm going to be adding an API to Atmosphere for doing system upgrades and downgrades in a accurate way that doesn't fuck things up. Another developer is helping by re-implementing the settings system module right now. So that's not me, but that's a thing that's happening right now. I'm working on the kernel right now and hoping to get it done this year. Like that is my goal, is to finish the kernel in the next few months. And then I said I was going to do this later this year, and then I ended up getting it mostly done, and this is like a week or two of work left on it. But I'm doing the secure monitor in like the modern atmosphere C++ style. And then I'm going to do these things for Finks and other people who want like a real debugger. I'm going to implement the like PC to switch USB communications system module that's on dev units, which will allow Switch Homebrew to use the like native FS APIs to mount PC via an iFile system, and allow PCs to mount stuff on the Switch and vice versa. And then Nintendo actually added a GDB stub recently, so I'm excited to add a GDB stub. And then the FS reimplementation, which will be...
You're gonna do FS?
I am going to do FS, yes.
All right. Well, best of luck.
I know. That's going to be...
I think that's even bigger than Kernel.
It is bigger than Kernel. It is substantially bigger than Kernel. Yeah. I am aware that it is substantially bigger than the Kernel.
I don't know why you're doing this to yourself.
Work sets you free, man. But I don't know. I really want all of this stuff to be open source and in a place where people can read it and understand how it works. And FS is the only firm system module that isn't re-implemented at this point. We have every other one done. And if I'm at a place where we have the bootloader done, the secure monitor is implemented, the kernel is implemented.
Yeah, I mean, once you have that, I guess
it is too tempting for me to not complete the set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a ridiculous amount of work, and I'm already dreading it. But on the bright side, we can finally fix the XFAT bug, and we can finally fix the UTF-8 and ShiftGIS bug. ShiftGIS, rather. You probably know.
Yeah.
You probably know the
XFAT
bug. Do you know the ShiftGIS one?
No.
So Nintendo, all of their code assumes. All of Nintendo's code assumes that paths are UTF-8. But Nintendo eventually passes stuff to eCell's PR file driver, which assumes paths are ShiftGIS. And this means that paths get double decoded using two different encodings. And that means that you can't actually use Unicode file names on the SD card. Like, it would be one thing if they just used ShiftGIS everywhere, but Nintendo decodes paths in UTF-8 and then passes them to ShiftGIS, which decodes the decoded path as ShiftGIS.
Oh, it's just purely incorrect.
Yeah, it's just entirely incorrect.
Okay.
Which is, like, super frustrating. And, like, there are times where I don't want to differentiate from Nintendo's behavior, but that is a bug that I will very happily fix. Yeah, I agree it's crazy that they haven't fixed it by now, since I'm sure they're aware that it's a problem. I, like, don't know why they haven't fixed it.
I think the XFAT bug, I think they know about it, but they don't know how to fix it.
I could very much believe that.
How do you even debug that? It's such a elusive issue where it's just like completely random when it happens.
Well, I mean, the problem is that it's not really an issue in Nintendo's code per se. It is an issue in eCell's PR file driver. Like, oh yeah, no, I've noticed that my chat client is ridiculously unstable, and I don't know why. I'm sorry about that, Alexis. But, like, eCell's PR file driver is just dog shit. It like modifies the file allocation table even when you do reads, which seems absurd to me.
Maybe it's exploitable.
Maybe it's exploitable. Maybe. Okay, what is going on here? So this is probably some kind of inline function to get like the normal amount of memory that it has, which is like the stack and the code. And then it's doing unlock here and then an unlock here, so it's a scope clock to get some value. What is going on here? What is the value that this is retrieving? Tired?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go brush my teeth. I'll be right back in.
No worries.
1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is okay, so this gets the amount of used size, and this gets the free memory size. Let's actually do some cleanups that I can try to do this. I'm trying to make good jokes and comments, and they get eaten by disconnect. I'm sorry, Galexis. I'm sorry. I know that it's annoying. I will try to figure out what has been causing the instability in a future stream, because I would also like to have a better connection to Twitch. Especially for streams that, unlike this one, will be more interactive. Using, which be used. X memory. Okay. So if the using plus the free is greater than the max, they return the max minus the secure memory size. So that makes sense too. Okay. And then otherwise, they call this lock function. Okay. And they get the heap end, heap start, mat, mem size. Okay, so this is getting the heap size plus the mapped physical memory size. And I guess that makes sense, because this is this difference that they're returning here either way. What lock are they acquiring? Nines tag. Okay, so it's the page table that they're getting like the amount of mapped memory for. Okay, that makes sense. That actually does make sense. So what is get used doing? This is doing the same thing. Okay. Interesting. It looks like this is kind of returning the same thing as above up there. Like, this used size is the current plus, it's the heap size plus the map size plus the code size plus the main stack size plus the secure overhead. So this is page table, stack, code, secure overhead. And then here then, this is interesting. It looks like they are just literally computing this value twice for some reason. Like, this is an inlined call to get the using size, or get the use size. And the only reason I can think of for this to like be a thing. Also, I'm gonna get rid of the phrase non-system because it's really just a user, isn't it? I can think about that later. This is an inlined call, so I guess that they are just calling it a second time. That's fine. Okay. TK process get used non-system user physical memory size constant. Then I should also declare this in the header. Okay, I understand what's going on now. I understand this. T const. Nice. Eating noises. What are you eating?
Hey.
Hey.
It's my armchair.
Oh, really?
I have a super comfy armchair.
Okay. Interesting. I do not have a very comfy chair, which is, good and bad. Good because it discourages me from sitting here for too long, and bad because I ignore the fact that it does that and sit here for too long anyway.
Yeah, my recommendation is get a nice armchair, get a laptop, and just sit back and relax.
It would be nice, but I don't think that I can do this kind of work on a laptop.
You'd be surprised.
Maybe. I don't know that I've ever really had a good laptop.
Yeah, I mean, I have some cheap one, kind of cheap one. It's supposed to be like an ultrabook, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't use C++ 20, so my compile times are good regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely fuck myself in that way. Yeah, you got me there.
No.
Get free value. SVC, resource, physical memory max. Okay. Constant use size. This can be used. Okay, so what this is doing, having spent a little time doing this, is, what do I call that max variable? Max process memory. So what this is doing is, if use size plus free size is greater than max process memory, return this. Yeah, I'll also do this. Max size is this. Return max size minus this get system resource size, which is the new thing where they have a secure page table heap for the application process. I think that's a case system control function. So what did I call that? Include Mesosphere, board, Nintendo, NX, current case system control. Do I have that? It looks, in fact, like I do not. Okay, so I will add that now then. That will be, okay. How many lines of code is this project? It's pretty large. I think I have written 600,000 lines of code for Atmosphere, but I don't know how many are still in the project because a lot of it has been refactoring and rewrites. Size, and I think this is a memory pool, probably. I think so. What do I return for the thing that gets a pool? A32. Okay. A32 pool. Okay, I'm not going to implement this yet. I'm just going to leave this like this, and I will get a linker error when I try to compile it, and then I will go do it, since it's easier for me at the moment. Okay. Where do we have the system resource size? System resource num pages. Okay, that makes sense. System resource num pages, and this, do I call it memory pool? I do. Great. Okay. So then this can just be max size minus k system control. Calculate required secure memory size. Why is don't implement get error implement easier? I assume that I will have compile time errors in the functions I'm writing right now, Galexis. And by getting compile time errors for this, resolving those, and then doing another function, I minimize the number of functions where I need to resolve compile time errors in at any given time. that. And then the other one, the other case. What this is doing is this is just calculating again, and I don't know why they calculate it again. But that's fine. I don't need to understand it. Return free size plus this get use non-system. Yeah. These functions need better name. Total and use non-system user physical memory size is verbose, and I don't think that it accurately encodes the meaning of what these functions are. That's okay. That's okay too. Is this not taking into account the secure memory size, actually? Okay. I see. So this is not actually strictly inlined, because this is taking into account the secure memory size, and we don't want to do that for the total. So actually, with that in mind, I think I can optimize this, because this is a constant, and this is a const function. Size t, sec size. I'm pretty sure that this should be equivalent. I'm actually entirely sure that this is equivalent. This is equivalent. Or what I can do is I can do max size minus sec size, and this is free size plus used size minus sec size. Cool. This is correct. And doesn't do the like double inlined call, which is kind of gross. Nice. Okay, so what is this doing? This is getting the like page table normal size, because this is the normal memory that it's returning. And it's returning the code size. Yep. And it's returning the main thread stack size, which is also good. So let's say size of t normal size is this. Yes, Nintendo's kernel was written in C++, and I'm doing my best to try to mimic their C++ kernel. Size of t is this code size plus this main thread stack size. Stack size is this constant. And then they are going to return normal size plus the other size plus the secure size. And let's call this get Hey Plutoo, do you think I should call this get normal memory size or get used normal memory size for a function on the page table that gets the current amount of normal memory usage?
What's that?
Function name for a function on the page table that gets the total amount of like normal memory, which is to say heap memory plus mapped physical memory. Should I call it like get normal size or get used normal size or get current normal memory size?
Is it get? Is it the application memory, or is it?
So it returns the amount of memory mapped by SVC set heap size plus the amount of memory mapped by SVC map physical memory.
Yeah, I don't know. Get heap usage. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you should stick with whatever naming convention you have.
Okay. That's fine then.
But is there any memory additionally allocated by map memory?
No, but map physical memory is like SVC heap size except you specify the address.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I'm calling it normal because this is a K memory state normal is what Nintendo uses for the SVC memory state normal is what they use to refer to the memory from this. Yeah, that's the type. That's the name of that type.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. You know, I try to use accurate names when I have them, but also Nintendo's names are confusing sometimes because they are not what I would name things.
Yep.
Oh, and I guess this is a process page table too, isn't it? And not a like normal page table. So I'm gonna need to do the same indirection thing that I did earlier. And Galexis asks, is there any advantage in using the same language apart from C++ just being good for this? And the answer to that is yes. Using the same language means that I can have access to the same constructs that they do, and it means that I can very naturally express the things that they are doing, because we are presumably using the same language constructs to implement them. That is the theory anyway, but I found that it mostly works out. Okay, let's get back to my include folder, which I really need to stop having all of these folders pointing to different things. By the way, you are free to duck out at any point if it is like late there and you are getting tired, Pluto.
Yeah. I'll probably stick around for another 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I will probably have this done and then be testing it in the next 15 minutes, and that's probably as good a time to leave as any.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah. Say that we have t get normal memory size const tentatively. All of this is probably a header function, isn't it? And then we want a process page table function for it too. I think I should have process page table open already from when I was doing stuff in it earlier. Yes, I do. Great. This will just be t get normal memory size const return this page table get normal memory size. This is going to get the heap end minus the heap start plus which is the current heap size, which makes sense. How does get heap region size implemented? Heap region end minus heap region start, and plus the mapped physical memory size, so that's easy. So let's, I guess, acquire the lock in here. Case complete lock, this general lock. Okay. And where is this? Yeah. On the table, and then we just want to return this get heap region size plus this at physical memory size. What do I call that? What member is that? Is this the like mapped unsafe physical memory size? Let me go to page table base. Yeah, okay. Max heap size. Is this actually the max physical memory size or the mapped physical memory size? I wonder if I just have the wrong variable name for this in here. Okay, well this gets set to 0 here, so it's pretty clearly mapped, presumably. So let's use my name from reverse engineering, because that's probably a better name. Mapped physical memory size. Let's be mapped physical memory size. Fix the alignment. So map physical memory size, and we will fix the alignment. And also fix the typo. Cool. I think that should be good, and then we will physical memory size. Cool. I think that should be that function implemented. So let's hope that we get a linker error, which we hopefully should get a linker error. Okay, right. I need to fix the member in here. Missing a semicolon there in K process. Okay, that's fine. This is why I do this one thing at a time. All of my bugs end up being stupid things like me missing semicolons or me copy pasting a line of code wrong. Which is, you know, both nice that I don't really deal with hard bugs very often, and annoying because I only deal with stupid bugs. Okay, cool. We do get the linker error. So with that in mind, so let's go to system control and take this function. Source, board, Nintendo, NX. Current system control. Put this here. Then what is, what's the name of this? Constant calculations. Sure, that's fine. What does this function actually do? Okay, there's no point in me doing this the delayed way. This is a stupidly simple function. If cool k memory manager cool applet return 0 return size. That's an easy function. Cool. Hopefully it compiles. I will test it, and then you will be able to get to sleep, Pluto. Thank you. I know it's like late your time.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it.
Yeah. You are always welcome to drop in on these if you would like to. I'm super happy to have you.
Oh, how sweet of you. Yeah, I might come back. I think it's been a lot of fun. I'd like to do it again.
Cool.
Do you stream often?
So my goal when I was like starting to do this is like it would be good if I was streaming once a week or week and a half on average, but I don't have any rigid schedule at all, and I'm not really committed to that idea. Probably once every like 2 weeks is the lower bound for my streaming going forwards. I would like. The only reason that I like stopped streaming was that I literally got coronavirus.
Yeah, I can't believe you actually got it.
Yeah, that was awful.
How bad is it?
It was pretty bad. I had a fever for like a week and a half. And there was like this, I had a really sore throat, obviously, which sucked. And there was like, it felt like there was this pressure on my chest, constantly. Like there was a squeezing sensation around like where my neck hits my, upper body. And I was just kind of bedridden for like a week and a half. It was pretty bad. But I wasn't like told that I needed to go to the hospital. I was just told to, stay in bed. And the fever went away, and then the sore throat stuck around for like another 2.5, 3 weeks. And I was like worried there would be lung damage because I'm like vaguely asthmatic aside from this. But I won't know about that for some time. So as far as I can tell, I don't have any symptoms at this point.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm not so scared about myself, but like my mom is also like asthmatic, and
Yeah.
hopefully she doesn't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, I am young and otherwise healthy, so my getting it was not the end of the world by any means. But it still sucks.
Yeah, I'll try to avoid it, I guess.
I recommend. Okay, I'm running this again, so let's see. SEC break was called in the same place. Interesting. Interesting that it is returning the same thing, given that we just implemented all of these. Let me see. If I maybe didn't like return the correct return code or actually write the stuff to output, that also sounds a lot like me. This is the info, because they should be returning real values. Info. This should be good. This seems like it should be, like, especially for getting the program ID, this should be returning the right thing. Like, definitely getting the program ID here should be returning the correct program ID. Maybe it didn't actually copy to the SD card. I am willing to believe that it did not actually copy properly to the SD card. That happens sometimes. I will copy to the SD card and try again. That is not the kind of thing where I would expect it to return entirely the wrong value. I'm pretty confident that in the case where, like, if it's the program ID, it will fall in here, and then it will get the program ID, it'll break, and then it'll return success. So that should be correct. So let's copy this again. I wish Windows didn't do that. By the way, I know that you are mostly like retired from the hacking stuff. Do you have any intention of like doing Switch development stuff again in the future? Which is not a please do Switch development stuff. It is a I'm genuinely curious since you are like tangentially around, but not really around.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually. I kind of. Sometimes I feel like getting back into it. So actually, I did some emulator dev for reunions or whatever you call it.
Oh, nice.
Trying to. So my idea was I wanted to find a Smile Basic entry point.
Yeah.
So actually, I bought the game, I dumped it, and was trying to get it in the emulator so I could fuzz it. But yeah, there was some bug that where it didn't render properly, so that took me into this detour where I had to.
I'm familiar with the but I have to do this first kind of detour.
Yeah, and it turned out like basically they use there are some opcodes in the shaders that can do DMA to IO VAs, and those, so both are Ryujinx and Yuzu use like a heuristic algorithm to
determine when those are being used.
Yeah, the problem is that like the NVIDIA hardware, you can access any IO VA, but when they're doing translation to OpenGL on the host computer, they need to know the vertex buffer objects in advance.
Got it.
So they have some, basically heuristics to determine which memory gets accessed from a shader.
And the heuristic was failing?
Yeah, so basically if you're doing some, if you don't follow exactly the regular pattern, like if you don't lay out it exactly the way the emulators expect it, it's not gonna work.
That makes sense. Did you end up fixing that?
No, so the problem is there is really no fix for the general case.
Yeah. You can't improve the heuristic?
Yeah, so that was actually what I was going to do. But then they had this issue where so they pre-compile all the shaders and put them in a shader cache.
Yeah.
But the shader cache is purely a map from the sequence of bytes that constitute the shader, and maps that to the pre-compiled shader. But the heuristic I wanted to do depended on more than just a pure byte of the shader, also what input it was given. It was just like basically a fundamentally incompatible data structure. and I gave up.
That I get you. Yeah.
But I spent like at least 1 weekend on that project, and I didn't get anything. I don't know. Well, I learned a lot of stuff, but
Yeah.
I didn't actually get the game to run.
Sorry, that's probably frustrating. Also, what the fuck is going on here? It is inlining all of the process functions that I just wrote, which means that it's like doing all of these locks and stuff in here when getting the sizes, which is on the one hand very funny for like getting the resource limit, but on the other, annoying. I don't really know why it is doing stuff with objects, but I guess that it must be like traversing in the resource limit case something to figure out what the size is. But I can't tell why in like the case where it's the process ID or the program ID, it's not returning the right value. Because program ID equals 0x13, which is 19, should be right here. Or if it's not equal to 19, it will not take this branch, and then this will do a like decref and then return an error code without having done anything, which is confusing me because I'm pretty sure my code does in fact get the program ID. I don't know what could cause this to just be like blatantly incorrect compiler output. I shouldn't assume it's an incorrect compiler output, but still, this is the info type. 19 is the one that I care about. I can see that it is not returning correct stuff for any of these ranges, despite the fact that it should be. Is it that these are taking
the program ID is coming from the keep, right?
Yeah, it's 0x19, and that's a correctly enumerated thing. The program ID is 18 actually. Okay, but we submit that and we still return the invalid value. So let's try to trace the 18. If it is 18, it returns this value, but then it writes this value and then it goes to output. Oh wait, you are using invalid handles. Fuck. I forget that you're sending invalid handles for all of these.
This is like the purest type of unit test you could have.
Yeah, fuck Pluto. I mean, that's really funny, but also, god damn it.
Sorry.
Nah, it's fine. It's very funny, like I said. Okay, so it is returning all of these, and presumably these all return something other than invalid enum value. Like, they should return, I think... What do they return when the process is null? Not invalid enum value, I believe. They return, like, null invalid argument or something. It is invalid handle. Okay, so they are returning invalid handle in this case, which is what all of these will be, because this will fail. V7 will be 0, and then if not V7, it will just return invalid handle. Okay, so that should be correct, I believe. Okay. So then, after you get the non-system memory size here, you call 8. And what is 8? Is that like heap or something? Do I not have 8 implemented? 8 is debugger attached. And I don't have debugger attached implemented. Fascinating. Great. Okay. Where are you calling debugger attached?
In panic, in fatal, I think. So if there's a fatal, we check if the debugger is present, and then we do a breakpoint instruction. Otherwise, we do.
Huh? Is it really? You have a detect debugger, detect kernel version. So
Sure.
Why is it fataling right now? Because I don't think it should be fataling. Why is it even calling git? I have a backtrace. Why am I not using the backtrace? D610.
Can you get the error code from break64? Or is there even a break error
I
code?
probably could, but we'll wait on that for now. That's harder than just seeing where we're doing this. We're throwing 4959, which means that get region from info is failing for this, which doesn't make sense because get region should be succeeding. And then we are not returning this error code for DC01, which we are expecting here, because you think that we are on 1.0.0 if we are failing here. So why is this failing? Get region from info. If SVC get info, return something. This happens. If that happens, this returns something. But I should be... I'm writing the right value here for get info. Where I'm returning like the start of the range correctly. And I'm pretty sure I'm returning result success there. I wonder if I have like a bad ABI or something where my log is causing the wrong return value to be returned, although that also shouldn't be happening. So let's see in the case where the value is 12, where all this stuff is happening. I hate that it's inlining that. Maybe I will mark that no inline for my own sanity. Okay, if out is this, we go to label 38, and then we do the deck ref. And then we like do all this unlocking stuff. And where is this actually returning V29? You know, sometimes I hate the fact that my IDA output is garbage at times. V29. Is this not getting assigned anywhere? So is this just always returning some kind of garbage? Why is it returning garbage? Okay, so it is in fact my assembly somehow is not returning the values that it's supposed to. I wonder if I'm getting fucked by, I wonder if I am...
I mean, Hextrace makes mistakes sometimes, believe it or not.
Yeah, but even here, I'm looking for X0. I'm not seeing like moves of error codes into X0 anywhere here, which I would be expecting. Which is also odd. What is happening here? Get info. Get info. I wonder if it is trying to optimize out this return value because of LTO or something. Because I have a link time optimization turned on, and it is possible that this is trying to optimize out the return value because it quote-unquote knows that the return values aren't right. Actually, I bet that's right, because in my, like, invocation procedure here, I cast this to null. I wonder what the right way to do that is. What I want to do is I want to say that it, like, returns a result even if it doesn't, and I want to not discard the return type. So let me think about what the right way to do that is. I bet I can template it. I bet that I can template it.
Wait, you think it realizes the result is not used and...
Yes, because I will show you why it's doing this. Because in my code gen, where I like actually generate the SVC tables, actually that'll be inside the Mesosphere codebase. Source arc arm64 SVC. This is GCC being too smart, actually. Call64 is going to do this impl call, so never mind. It is in my code gen. Kernel SVC wrapper should be this class. Impl call64. Okay, I guess I will. No, I don't want to do that. Don't do that. Grab star call64. Maybe it is in Mesosphere. You know, sometimes I swear I know where things are in my codebase, and it's just clear that I just don't. Impl call64. If I go to papers, never mind. It is where I thought it was, and I just didn't see it because I'm bad at this. Okay. Impl SVC wrapper or call64. No. SVC code gen kernel SVC wrapper. Oh, not the impl file. I should only choose better names. Okay, yeah, so this is a void, which calls ARC64 wrap SVC function, which won't be quite right. Because if I go to ARC64, which will be in my like wrapper helper here, this is a void. And what I really want to do is I want to return this function. Traits, what are my function traits? I think I have these. Function traits.
You're gonna have maybe a problem because some of the functions are void, I guess.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. I can work around that. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to say I have the return type here. So this is going to be a type name, traits return type, and also using return type is type name traits return type, and then this can just be I think just return type. Maybe that might need a type name, and this will just do that, which should be okay. And then my wrapper here, kernel SVC wrapper, or rather the non-impl. Type name ARC64 return type name ARC32 return type. I think that this should still be valid templating. Where this will make things sad is when I actually construct the table, but that's fine. I can cast the function pointer when I'm working with the table instead of doing it here. Yes, I think that should be right. And then if I go here, welcome by the way to my hell. This kind of issue is awful, but I have to deal with it enough that it's like not that surprising to me that it's a problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. Like, what is actually call64 doing?
Call64 is my template that is like the assembly stub, basically. So.
Oh, and it's void.
Yes, and I'm now making it not void. I'm making it use. I'm editing the templating to return the quote unquote correct type.
Okay, I can get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that should do. But now I will need to do here when I have table ID, because a table entry is a void. I will need to do static or interpret cast rather. SVC table entry. I think that should do. Maybe. I hate the fact that I mostly know how to do this without thinking about it too much. So just be call64. Okay. I think that this might fix my templating. Maybe. Not high confidence on that, but I know my code decently, and it maybe should.
If this actually compiles on it.
Yeah, no, getting templates like that right on the first try is hard at the best of times, so I will also be surprised if I, just get it to work. Also, this file takes about...
Yeah, this is intense.
This file takes like 30 seconds to compile, which is really ratcheting up the tension.
Well, if there was an error, we should have seen it by now.
I agree. If there was an error, we probably would have seen it by now.
Maybe a linker error. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe a linker error. But I'm growing more optimistic as this is happening, and also this is very funny. Okay, it compiled, which is incredible. That is really something.
Yeah, absolutely. Savage.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at this now. If I look at the output elf. And then I go to get info. Okay, I don't know why it got rid of my search twice there. Did I type that wrong? I wonder if the SVC table is broken now. I go here, where is this loading stuff from the SVC table? Okay, I see what's happening here. Okay, so I actually do know what's wrong here. And this is a const, but it should really just be const init, and I can't use reinterpret cast and constant expressions. I hate that I know that too.
What's constant?
It's a new keyword in C++20, which guarantees that this is initialized as a compile time constant. And so it doesn't need to, be like a valid constant expression, but this means that it is statically initialized at compile time, and it doesn't have a dynamic initializer at runtime. What is the problem?
That makes sense actually.
Yeah, no.
But isn't that also just const expr?
Kind of. Const init is weaker than const expr. Const expr says this needs to be usable at compile time. Const init says this needs to be statically initializable at compile time. And one is a weaker category than the other. Right? Like you might have an object that is a runtime object, but that you want to make sure is initialized at compile time and doesn't generate a dynamic initializer in an int array. And so this,
that would be like maybe a pointer to different object.
Yeah, exactly. A pointer to another object is a good example. And so this is a new keyword that lets you guarantee that.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many new things in C++ when I haven't really kept up.
It is totally crazy. I agree. Okay, well that compiled again. Hopefully with static cast instead of reinterpret cast, it's a little happier with me. And then if that doesn't work, I will get rid of the std address of, because it might be that taking the address of the function is what is invalid. And I would totally believe that.
They added a spaceship operator? I'm sorry.
Yeah, they did. I don't have any plans to use spaceship operator, but it's basically a single three-way comparison operator, so it gives you true ordering information with a single call. And the advantage that you can derive all of the other comparison operators from it. I kind of get the point, but it also seems like over-engineered and I'm never going to use it.
Yeah, I like the way you can just implement greater than and equal, I guess, and then it implicitly creates the rest.
Okay, so we are now at the point. I think the address of is what's wrong here. I wish that there was a way for me to ensure that the entries aren't null. I bet that's possible. I bet I could do this as a constant expression or something, and then statically assert that they're not null. I think this is because it's taking the address of a function and then casting that, and what I really want is to just cast the function itself. Working with function pointers is really confusing in C++.
Yeah, I think you can add as many ampersands as you want. They don't make any difference.
Yeah. I also wish that this file did not take 30 seconds to compile. That is the cost of the compile time machinery that I'm using. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this one I actually think might work. He says, trying something for the third time. Is this the third time? Fourth time? But yeah, no, the other thing is because the only invocation was casting it to a void, and so it quote-unquote knew that it's not used. God, how annoying. Okay, it is populating the service call table with zeros, even though it shouldn't be. I wonder why it's doing that. This should be const expr. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Expr const std array. We're gonna do the same thing in here. Because these should be constant expressions. And then we're going to const expr bool is valid svc table, const std array svc table entry, supervisor calls, table, and a valid table has at least one non-zero entry. So for t equals 0, I is less than supervisor calls, I plus plus, if table I is not equal to the pointer, return true, otherwise we return false. We're going to static assert is valid service call table, 64 table, and static assert, it's a valid SVC table for 64 from 32 table. And then these are just going to be the actual tables. You might see the indirection that I'm doing here. So this should statically initialize them with the tables, and it shouldn't compile if they are invalid. And hopefully we will get a compile time error here. Static assertion failed. Reference to 64 from 32 impl is ambiguous. How is it ambiguous? Candidates are on line 54 and line 93. Oh, okay. Don't see that's ambiguous, but sure. Okay. So this static assertion failed. And I'm not sure why this would end up becoming null pointer. I mean, can I not just cast it to some arbitrary function pointer? Like if this is a void star instead of that, I know that I can static cast things to void star. And this will make the assignments invalid, but this should at least make them be not null. It's valid service call table. Okay. So this should theoretically have non-null entries. I can't imagine it's non-scalar type void star. So it's still failing even when this is true. And I'm not sure. Do I need to like tag these no discard? Although I think no discard is an attribute that affects, yeah, okay. No discard affects the return type and not the actual function. Is there a way to say don't garbage collect this function, which must be what it's doing? Like it must be deciding that this function has some kind of undefined behavior somewhere in it, which clearly it didn't before because it was allowing the case where it was returning void. Actually, if I look at this, this shouldn't need a reinterpret cast at all because it should be returning the correct return type. This should literally just be returning the function, I think. Is that true? I bet that this fails, and I bet that it fails because it's not passing the correct arguments. Yeah, too few arguments to function. So if I make this...
STD forward. It's the only thing I know. STD forward.
STD forward, yeah. But what I need to do is I need to get the arguments into the correct registers for this, which should be fine. Let me think about this. What I want to do is I want to invoke this function, and I want to invoke it with the correct number of arguments, assuming all arguments are in registers x0 to x7. And that's a more interesting question. This might need to be a AOX64 specific thing, but I bet that it can be worked around. Like, I bet that this is a thing that is possible to do. For now, let's try static cast return type, taking in no arguments, which might work better. Sure. Okay. What is wrong? Invalid static cast. Okay. Invalid static cast. Okay, that figures. So I'm going to need to fake the arguments here. But that's fine. I think that I can do this. What I really want to do is I want to take in the arguments that are already in the registers, because I will already have set up the registers to do the correct thing.
Can you do an inline assembly
call to the function, you mean?
Reflection? Yeah.
I could if I had the name for the function, but the name is mangled, is the real problem.
And yeah, it's not possible to...
Yeah, no, I can't macro the mangling of the name, sadly, as much as I would love to be able to do that, because it's very funny.
No, yeah, I meant more like specifying it as in the clobber list, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure that's not supported.
What I want to do is I want to invoke this function using whatever is already in the registers.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Like basically just do asm volatile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you like it, but
What is your suggestion?
something like hold on. It's not gonna compile at first try. That's basically something like I don't even know if that's valid ARM640 instruction. But I guess you want the optimizer to work on this.
Yes. I guess I lose an instruction if I do the indirect reference here, don't I? Like if I want to jump to a function, If I could guarantee that this function was always inlined, I could do a stupid hack here. That would be fine. Where I like create a function where it is just inlined. But I'm not sure to what extent that's possible. I don't think that I can do an inline assembly where I branch to that, because that doesn't let me do the return statement. Because it doesn't know that the result is in x0 after that. This is an interesting problem. Huh. I might need to chew on this kind of thing off stream because it is like a big templating problem. But the fundamental problem here is that I need to invoke this function with the correct arguments, but the correct arguments are supposed to be the ones that are just coincidentally in the registers. I mean, I guess I can do the easy attempt here. Well, quote-unquote easy. What do I have in the function?
I think you want to use an asm volatile block, like the rest of the things.
Yeah, I would prefer to do that if possible. I will see if the solution I'm thinking of works without one, which it might. What do you think the performance impact would be of one static branch added? I'm worried that like, I could obviously just have a volatile ASM that jumps to the right function and then invoke that, but I'm not sure that that is optimal. Like, I think that adding an extra branch will have performance implications that I don't like. Also, Nintendo doesn't have the branches, and I don't want to have branches if Nintendo doesn't have the branches.
You're saying to work around the mangling?
Yeah. Like, I could have a non-mangled version of the function that calls the mangled version of the function. And then I could just assembly branch to the non-mangled version right there. And that would work. But, you know, I'm not sure that that is the best way to do it. Like, I could do assembly to invoke the function. I'm just not sure how to get things in a state where, oh, this represents the register that things are already in. Let me check how I do something here. Because I do something here in the other function for the CPU that gets the like core local region. We got ARM64 and I go to CPU. And I have this like register event pointer x18. I think that is okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna try this, and I bet it doesn't work, but it might, and the idea of it working is very funny to me. Let's call this static always inline invoke, and we want it to take in n arguments. Template sizt num arguments. Static always inline, and we also want to take in a function. Function always inline type function. We'll also take in a return type. Return type. It's just not necessary. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is actually. Type name. Always in return type. Invoke function. And we will steal this logic, which is, you know, fantastic. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you see the construct that I'm about to do?
No, I'm looking up whether it's possible to make a relative jump in an inline assembly block or not.
That would be nice. If that works, please let me know.
Yeah.
I guess that what I actually want here is I want the... Do I need the actual return types? Possibly. I think I might need the actual argument types. Oh, and this won't work for arguments that are taking up more than one register, so that's annoying. Never mind, that won't work. I was going to do like a constant expression if dispatch, but that won't work for arguments that have more than one location. So I know that the arguments are already in the right place, but the compiler does not know that the arguments are already in the right place. So I wonder, is there some turn static cast turn type? Yeah, I'll get rid of this entirely. It's no longer useful because it doesn't need to be architectural specific. Turn static cast turn type address of function, and this will probably give me the same error where it's saying it's not a valid cast. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I can't use address of there because I probably need to like actually use ampersand. And what you required is unary operand. If I make this a reference, what if I make this a reference? C wrapper helper. I think that that should be okay. Probably. And then if I go to the non-impl helper. By the way, I hope that people who are watching this are enjoying me struggling with C++ templates, because that is always, you know, my favorite thing to do. I think one of these as references, that might help. Invalid static cast. Okay, that's fine. Because now that it is a reference, I think I can static cast pointer to it to void. So function, that should work. And if that works, I bet I can static cast it to void. Yes. Okay. So then static cast avoid. What's the problem here? Invalid cast from a result of that type void star. Can you not cast a function pointer to void star? Like if I want to do void star.
You mean implicitly or?
No, it's not complaining that it's an invalid cast. If I then do this, will that work? Invalid conversion from this to void. Okay, so it complains about it there. But what I really want is I want the address of this automatic function type. And that should be possible, I think, because I should be able to get a pointer to it. I'm sure that this must be possible. But I'm not sure how to make it possible. What I really need to do is I need to launder this pointer so that I get a different function pointer version of it. I'm not sure why casting it to a void star always worked before. Well, I mean, I guess it worked, but it was UB or something, so it turned it into null. Like, can I make this a return type func is cast return type address of function? Is that a thing that works? If I make this a reinterpret cast, does that work? So that seems to actually work, but I mean, of course, it probably doesn't actually work. Then what I would want to do is I would want to do const expr return type function arguments. Maybe that works. I bet it doesn't, because it's going to be doing the reinterpret cast in a constant expression. Non-static, yeah, sure. No, okay, that works. Can I do the static? Static assert. Function without arguments, not equal to pointer. Does that work? No, it does not. Non-constant condition. Sure, non-constant because this is not constant. Okay. What if I do void star function without arguments? Because all I really care about is getting it as a void star here. Invalid static cast. Man, can you really not cast function pointers to void star?
I mean, I think you can. You can
Not
do
in a
whatever
constant
you want.
expression, I guess. Static cast from this actual function to the pointer. So I can get a pointer to this. This doesn't really make any sense to be adding more dereferences, but it's worth a shot. Yeah. Okay, void value is not returned as it ought to be. So I can get it as a function pointer, and that's fine. If I do auto returning a pointer is the address of function. Does that work? Static assert is not null pointer. Okay. And then I do static always inline return type invoke function return function function pointer now.
So you have all the syscalls under different namespace.
Yeah, the syscalls are all in the like kernel SVC namespace. They're like pretty carefully named, and I would prefer not to change the names.
Oh, are they? Okay.
What I really want to do is I want to cast function pointer to void star C++. It casts it to a void star reference. A reference to a function pointer is a data reference. Okay. Is dereferencing it undefined behavior? I guess that would make sense for why it's complaining so much. But at the same time, okay, so this is a reference to the function. We want this to be the function pointer. Context for auto function pointer reference. This function pointer. So I've got a reference. Static assert static context for void pointer reference. Okay, this is probably not going to compile, but we're going to try it, and this is revolting already. Okay, it's allowing me to do that. Static context for void pointer is void pointer reference. We are laundering this so far. It's going to complain at some point, but let's see how far it will let us launder it. We now theoretically have it as a void star. Context for turn type. Function pointer arguments. Static cast turn type. Is that going to work? I mean, I will also static assert void pointer is not. Non-constant condition for static assertion. Okay, invalid cache void star const to type void star. That's interesting. Okay. God, C++ really does not want me to launder this pointer, which is very annoying. I'll just do
Okay, I give up. The
I am-
only way
I am
forward
very
is,
close to giving up.
The only thing I can see is marking all the syscalls with extern C so they don't get mangled, and then doing
Doing a
macro
branch to them?
stringify.
Yeah, I would prefer to not do that, but I might end up doing that, which is annoying. I mean, I know that I can do that. It's just, annoying.
Yeah, because then you can do an asm volatile px and then just the
Yeah.
stringified name of the function.
Yes.
And you should have a perfect like one instruction call.
Yeah. Although, how do I ensure that the return type works if I am just doing an ASM branch? Like, that seems like the real problem to
Your
me.
concern is that they would recognize it's not called anywhere.
If the return type seems like the problem to me in that case. I could make this return void again, but I worry that will lead to LTO issues like the one that we just saw. I mean, I could also turn off link time optimization, but I'd rather not do that because I think link time optimization is nice to have on for the kernel. This is an interesting problem. I think that I'm probably not going to be able to solve this on stream because this is going to require me to look up a bunch of C++ laundering magic. And also it's been like 4.5 hours, so I'm happy to call this an end and say that good progress was made, but this is going to require some thought on how to break the C++ standard without getting GCC to be mad at me. Fuck, the problems I have to deal with for this, man. I appreciate you were trying to figure out how to do the volatile ASM route, Plutoo.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, I had a page up in the ARM compiler, like the ARM.
Galexis, what were you pinging me about? I just got a ping from someone in the chat. I fell asleep for a bit. What are you having issues with? Yeah, I'm probably going to call it a stop for now because the thing that we are having issues with is the C++ standard does not want you to launder function pointers in the way that I am trying to launder function pointers. Yes, Gren, I vape. Yes. So I'm probably going to figure out how to launder this function pointer off stream. I'm sure that it's possible. It's just going to need me to break GCC a bit. This has been fun. This has been very fun. And I very much appreciate your help in chatting, Plutoo.
Yeah, it's been great.
Cool.
I'm also going to bed soon, so.
Yeah. Dude, get good rest. I will talk to you at some point in the next few days, I'm sure. Probably tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck with the Team Execute stuff.
Thanks,
I hope
man.
you get the stuff.
Yeah, I hope so too. Cool. Night,
Alright.
Plutoo.
I guess good night.
And,
It's been great.
Yeah, it has. And thank you to everyone who has been watching this. I hope that it has been interesting. The next stream will be a lot more interactive, I think, where I will be, responding to what people are saying in chat a lot more. So look forward to that. I have really enjoyed doing more Mesosphere work again tonight, which I have missed a lot. So that'll be nice. Yeah, I hope everyone had fun. And next time we will be back to me, responding to what people are saying the whole time. Good night.